postures for prayer. So I want you to choose the one that feels the best for you, okay? Amazing God, I am so grateful that so many people were able to get here this morning. I know that that has been your mighty blessing poured out on all of them. And we know that together you have called us to be a people that is learning, a people that can share from each other's wisdom. And we thank you that that gift comes from you. And so this morning, God, we ask for your blessing to be upon all of our speakers and presenters, to be upon the hearts of the learners, that we might indeed grow to be the people you have created us to be. In the mighty name of Christ we pray. Amen. And now a word from our sponsor.
Great to have you all here at Covenant. We have, of course, been doing Presbyterian events here for a while now, so I suspect many of you know where you are and where to go. But if it's your first time, your 1000th time, we're glad that you are here. Restrooms are just off the Fellowship Hall down this way. We have a all-gender handicap accessible restroom down the hall this way, and there's signs for it. And if you don't know where things are, just look for someone in one of those You Belong t-shirts. Those are our Covenant folks who can direct you where you need to go. We also have, if you need to stay hydrated, right? Stay hydrated. So we've got a water bottle filling stations by the restrooms over here as well. So I think that's all I've got. So glad that you're here, and make yourself at home.
Thank you. So this morning, hopefully you picked up a schedule so you know where you are and perhaps what you're doing and when you're supposed to be where. A reminder, just to let you know, we will be in here for our keynote, and then she'll go till 10:15, 10:20, and then 10. And then your first workshop will be at 10:30. On your page is listed where the workshops are. Obviously, this is Sanctuary. Fellowship Hall is there. The lounge is there. The chapel and 115 are down that way. Covenant has provided us wonderful, friendly, lovely people who you can say, I'm lost, and they will get you to the right place. We have lunch in the middle. We have lunch once again from Free and a la carte. We did it a little bit differently this year. I was told we had a lot of food waste last year because they're really big sandwiches. So we have platters with half sandwiches. So start with a half, and then if you're still hungry, come back for another half. We also do have some gluten-free and some vegetarian. If you can let me know right afterwards, and we'll be sure to set enough aside for those for whom that's important to make sure that they get those items. And then after lunch, we have another set of workshops, which again are on your sheet, and then we'll meet back in here for a brief closing worship time. So that's kind of the schedule that we have going on here. You also saw in your packet a purple flyer here. This is looking ahead to a weekend in April 24th to 26th, that weekend when the Reverend Jimmy Hawkins, who is the director of the Office of Public Witness in Washington, D.C., will be here with us that weekend. We are still working on the location of all of our events, but we have nailed down a big event, Overcoming Divisions and Building Bridges. He will be here along with Pam Snyder, who's moderator of Church-Wide Presbyterian Women. So it's a big deal. We have two heavy hitters who are going to be here with us. It's going to be back here at Covenant. And so please pass this around. Make sure we'll spend more information about other events. I know we'll have a youth event at Unity on Sunday evening. He's going to be preaching at Grove City on Sunday morning. Circleville's going to have him. Anyway, he'll be a number of places, so watch for more information on that. So speaking of other events and activities, I do want to mention briefly a few other things that are really kind of connected with our workshops today. A number of people said there were several workshops in each time slot they wanted to take, and obviously you can only take one at a time unless you've mastered, splitting yourself. But there's a couple things that if you missed one, you can get to another. So I wanted to pass those along. We have one on immigration and refugees, and I know Peter, I think Peter is not quite here yet, setting up still. Yeah, he's here, but not in here. Immigration is obviously very high on our minds right now. He has lots of information. He has an attorney with him who's going to be talking about what some of that means if you are in that workshop. If you're not able to go, we also, as a presbytery, have available ICE watch training for your church, and what your churches need to know. So if you're interested in that, talk to Kathy or Emily or to me, and we can come to your church and talk about what this might mean. It's a pretty crucial time for us. The rest as resistance. If you couldn't get that workshop in, I know that there is an event on March 12th, thank you. I knew someone would know that the Presbytery is doing, it's a day-long event on rest as resistance. So that would be one you could follow up with. White Christian nationalism that Rick is leading for us. We're going to be doing a book study in April, for 3 weeks in April, on the book Being Presbyterian in Disevangelical America. I don't know if any of you read 25 years ago, the book that came out, Being Presbyterian in the Bible Belt. Does that ring a bell for some of you? Well, these are the same authors. And so part of what they're talking about, the subtitle is A Guide to Reclaiming the Good News of God's Grace. So this will be a Zoom 3 weeks in April. We are open to having it 10 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, 7 in the evening, and we are not averse to offering it a couple times. So Tina Johnson, who's holding her little hand up there, has some surveys. If you are interested, if you would see Tina to grab yourself a worksheet, or you can raise your hand right now. If you know you want to take it to be a participant, and then you can say, this is when it would be convenient for me to meet. And yes, we have 20 free copies of the book for those who are going to be in the class. And we'll have those books to hand out at the Presbyterian meeting once we know the time and dates. And if you won't be at the Presbyterian meeting, we'll mail them to you, right? So we really want folks to be a part of this book study. And if we don't have enough surveys, Tina can take down your name and email, and I'll email you. We just want to know when to offer it that's most convenient for the most number of people. All right, almost done. Food for the journey. Yeah. If you'll check with Tina then, and actually, Tina, why don't you keep one of them, and then you can just do tally marks, because it doesn't really matter as much who's who as to when they want to meet. So, food for the journey, Lenten spiritual disciplines. We have the pre-Presbyterian meeting on February 10th. There's a gathering from 2 to 3, preparing your heart for Lent, and we'll be participating in some of the spiritual disciplines we'll be talking about. So that's something you might be interested in joining. And then, of course, campus ministry, young adult and campus ministry, Taylor Barner. Taylor, are you in here? He is not. Okay, he's out. He's somewhere. He's talking to somebody, I'm sure. About OSU campus ministry, as you probably heard, we've started a sustainability fund. We would love to be able to come and talk to your church. So talk to Taylor about when you might get that set up to come. I do want to take a second and to mention that with us today, Chip Hardwick, there's Chip, our Synod executive, made the trip for us to be here today. He said he often can't come to our Presbyterian meetings, so we're delighted he's here. So please bombard him with questions. I'm sure he will be so happy to have that. I think that flew through my list questions that we have. Otherwise, I'm going to introduce Paige, who is part of our PI planning team, who will tell us about our keynote speaker.
Good morning. We are so excited to be able to introduce to you DeEtte Decker, who is from the PCUSA in Louisville. She serves in the Office of Innovation, where she works at the intersection of faith, leadership, and adaptive change. Her work focuses on equipping leaders and churches to move beyond maintenance toward faithful experimentation, helping the church to respond courageously to cultural, organizational, and missional shifts. Sounds like us. DeEtte is particularly known for her work with mid-councils and congregations, navigating innovation, property reinvention, and systems change with theological depth and practical clarity. She holds an MDiv from Louisville Presbyterian Seminary and has also served as a director of Christian education and later as an associate pastor. Has loads of experience and wisdom to share with us today. DeEtte was born and raised in Kentucky, and she remains deeply shaped by her roots. She's married and the parent of 4 children and brings to her work a grounded and practical perspective formed at the intersection of faith, family life, and innovation. So please help me warmly welcome DeEtte Decker.
Thank you. Hey, y'all. If you don't mind, I really would like to just come down here and join you. Is that all right with y'all? Can I just, all right. Okay. Okay, great. I'm old school, no slides this morning. At least come to the workshop if you want slides. I was telling my friend Emily this morning, I don't think I'm built for this weather, y'all. -9? Is that the norm here? Okay, all right.
I did that just for you.
Oh, thanks. Gee, thanks, Kathy. Y'all are so nice. It is just, I cannot express to you how excited I am to be here. Over the course of this last year, I've gotten to know Kathy and the team a little bit better, working on some property reimagination. They're part of a cohort that we've put together in the Office of Innovation, and my goodness, are amazing things happening here in Scioto Valley. Wow, you're an impressive bunch. So I hope I don't disappoint. Thank you for having me. I bring you greetings from the national office in Louisville. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to begin today with a story from Laurel County, Kentucky. Back in the day, early in my career, before seminary, before pastoring, I worked on, don't hate me, an eminent domain project there, a bypass being built around the historic city square. The goal was sensible, practical. Wanted to reduce the traffic flow and keep folks safe. It was efficient. It was practical. But in real life, it was about people. It was about their homes, it was about their businesses, it was about the farmland that had been in families for generations. And among those people were Mr. Glenn and Miss Lorraine. They had lived in their home for more than 30 years. Miss Lorraine had had her babies in the upstairs bedroom. In their first year of marriage, Mr. Glenn had built himself his woodworking shop out back. He loved to spend hours there crafting and making things. And if truth be told, I think escaping Miss Lorraine. That woodworking shop was his refuge, and that home was Miss Lorraine's sanctuary. When they learned that the bypass would take it all, they were grief-stricken. They weren't angry. They were mourning. They weren't asking me about appraisals. They didn't want to know about market value. They didn't have a lot of questions for me other than, ma'am, exactly how are we supposed to let go of this life that we've built here? I didn't have a lot of answers for them. I just had a promise. I promised to walk alongside them. I promised that I wouldn't rush them, that I wouldn't disappear, that I would travel this new road, whatever it might be, whatever it looked like. I would walk it with them. So every time I came to town, I made a point of letting Miss Lorraine and Mr. Glenn know I was in town. And what happened was every time I was in town, Miss Lorraine whipped up some great tuna fish sandwiches and pink lemonade. And we had lunch together. And they told me about this life they had built. The family stories, the babies, the grandbabies, the great-grandbabies. Their hopes and their dreams and their assumptions of what would take place in that house, not only for those generations, but for generations to come. Sitting around their kitchen table with the maps rolled out and clean lines drawn through lived-in land, I learned something that I did not yet have language for. Resistance to change is rarely about stubbornness. It's about losing the roadmap that once made life make sense. Friends, the church in the United States right now is grieving the roadmap that once made life make sense. For much of the 20th century, the church was formed for a world that was relatively stable. A world where Christianity had some privilege, where Sunday participation was assumed. If it was Sunday morning anywhere in the U.S., the whole community showed up. Growth followed proximity. This is often referred to as the Age of Association, and it began somewhere in the 1800s. People joined organizations and institutions to help them find meaning in their life and to live out their purpose in the world. During this time, folks found refuge and sanctuary, purpose and meaning in organizations and institutions, but that world no longer exists. We now live in what's known as the age of authenticity. Anybody heard that before? Yeah. People today look inward to discover and express their true identities apart from organizations and institutions. And we see this playing out in the life of our churches, right? We know that young adults, our younger generations, are spiritually curious, but institutionally skeptical. For them, trust in institutions has almost completely eroded. A recent Pew Research study shows us that the Christian share of the U.S. population is declining. The share of Americans who do not identify with any organized religion is growing. Today, fewer than half of Americans belong to a religious congregation. Friends, we have to acknowledge that many of the roads that once reliably delivered people to church no longer carry the same traffic. We are leading in what Bob Johansson from the Institute for the Futures calls a VUCA, V-U-C-A, a VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. In a VUCA world, past experience no longer predicts future outcomes. Problems rarely cause and have clear causes and answers. It's complex. The church was not designed for this environment. The church was not designed for a volatile, unstable, complex, ambiguous environment. However, we are being called to lead within this environment. And like Mr. Glenn and Miss Lorraine, the church is grieving a world it once knew how to navigate. In his book, Think Again, Adam Grant tells the story of Ursula Mertz. I'm fascinated by this story. She was completely blind, but had no clue. She didn't know she was blind. When asked if she could see, she said, "Of course, yes, I can see." And when they asked her to describe things, she would describe in great detail objects and people in her hospital room that weren't there. She suffered from what is now known as Anton syndrome, and it makes me wonder if the most dangerous blindness is not what we cannot see, but what we're certain we already understand. Why? Because certainty has a way of convincing us that no further noticing is required. We know it. If we're certain that if something worked once, it should work again, right? And that familiarity is the same thing as wisdom. How many of us, raise your hands, how many of us have tried something in ministry that used to work only to discover that it didn't anymore? Yeah. How frustrating is that? Right? That moment, that confusion, that frustration, friends, that isn't failure. That's information. That is information. That is the moment that we discover that the road we knew by heart no longer goes where the traffic is moving. We are leading in a VUCA world where we are no longer leading in a world where best practices that used to form and shape us work for this generation. In this environment, the problem is not that leaders don't know enough. Y'all, we know a lot. We are wise. We have done the work, right? It's not that we don't know enough. It's that what we know expires faster than we expect. And we're left with this gap. The roads that once carried us faithfully, the programs, the structures, the philosophies, the idea of success, they weren't wrong. Those roads are just now closed. Not because we failed to maintain them. God knows we have maintained them. We have been faithful in that work. Those roads are closed not from our lack of faithfulness, but because the landscape has changed. And if we remain certain that we already understand how things work, we become blind, not to the future, but to the very evidence telling us it has already begun. This is why certainty is more dangerous than doubt. Doubt keeps us curious. Certainty convinces us there's nothing left to see. We got this, right? And faithful leadership in this moment is not about having the right answers. I'm going to say that again, because I hear a lot. If we could just figure out the right thing to do. Let me free you of that. Faithful leadership in this moment is not about having the right answers. It's about learning how to see again when the old roads no longer apply. We're not alone in this, y'all. This has been something that has been going on for millennia. Let me give you a few reminders. How about Naaman? The military commander in 2 Kings, he was willing to be healed, right? He just wanted it done his way. He was certain the prophet would come out, say the right words, perform the right ritual. But when healing came through muddy water and humbling instruction, Naaman almost missed it. Not because it was unclear, but because it was unfamiliar. Think about the Israelites in the wilderness. They knew what slavery looked like. They understood Egypt, and that certainty made them feel perhaps a little suspicious of manna. And that freedom felt frightening. It was unknown. It was uncertain. They weren't blind to God's provision. They were blind to the possibility that survival could look different than before. Then there are the disciples. Oh, the disciples. They were certain they understood the Messiah, right? They were certain they knew about power and victory and restoration. So when Jesus took that road to Jerusalem, not on a throne, but on the cross, they couldn't see it. Not because Jesus was unclear, but because their certainty had already drawn the map. Friends, in a VUCA world, what once worked does not reliably and readily work now. Scripture shows us and teaches us that God rarely builds the future along the routes we already know. God closes roads, opens new ways, creates on-ramps, and keeps asking the same gentle yet unsettling question. Do you not perceive it? Do you not perceive it? Faithful leadership today is not about defending the roads behind us. It's about learning how to see again. It's about learning to observe when God is doing a new thing right in front of us. I think what makes this moment in our world especially challenging is that we're being asked to do something that might feel contradictory. On the one hand, I've just said that certainty can blind us, that being convinced we already understand how things work can keep us from seeing what God is doing now. And yet, faithful leadership requires us to imagine the future, not control it, certainly not predict it, but to take it seriously. That's why futurist and author Dr. Jane McGonigal asks a deceptively simple question. When does the future start for you? Tomorrow? Next year? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Raise your hand if you think the future starts tomorrow. Okay. What if you think the future starts a year from now? Right now. Okay. Folks are saying right now. All right. Now let me ask you a slightly different question for our context. When does the future of the church start? Now? Tomorrow? Kathy's going like this. 10 years ago. Yesterday. Yeah, okay. We're all familiar with the phrase, the future starts now, and we heard it in this room, right? But Dr. Jane McGonigal, in her book, Imaginable, says that phrase is actually misleading. She says, and I quote, "If the future is a time when many or most things in your life will be different than they are today, how long from now does the future start?" If many or most things in your life are different than they are today, how long from now does the future start? Tomorrow? Today? Next year? 3 years? 5 years? What she's saying, in other words, is the future is not a feeling, it's not an attitude, it's a threshold, right? And when that threshold arrives depends on who you are and what kind of change you're living through. So I wanted to kind of beta test this a little bit. And I asked my friends and I asked some of my family members, when does the future start for you? My son declared his future starts March 6, 2026, when I turn 18, Mom, and I'm an adult. Okay, right? My daughter said May 2028, when I finally graduate from college. A friend of mine said, when this baby is finally born. Another friend said, my wedding day. For me, fingers crossed, 10 years from now when I hopefully retire. Same calendar, different futures. So let's play a little bit with this and think about, when does the future start for the church? Is it when the new pastor arrives? Is it when young families begin to show up? Maybe it's whenever the youth choir comes back. When the roof gets fixed or the boiler gets fixed. When Sister so-and-so passes away and maybe we finally get that endowment. Now I'm meddling, huh? Yeah, I've been a pastor. Many of us instinctively answered now, and here is the important, again, clarification, right? The future is defined as a time when many or most things are different. And if that's the threshold, then Kathy's right. The future of the church is not something that we're waiting for. We're already in it. Because the church is living and we are leading amidst dramatic change, declining attendance and giving, artificial intelligence, new technologies, hybrid worship, new patterns and ways of gathering and belonging. This is not distant scenarios. This is present tense, every day, every week, church life. And here's an insight that Jane offers that names what many of us feel but haven't said out loud. She writes, the person who answers the question, when does the future start, with the shortest amount of time is often someone who has recently experienced significant loss or shock. There it is. Grief. The church is grieving a world that we once knew how to navigate. A map that used to make sense, a road it could follow with confidence. And yet, especially here, especially now, we see signals of the Spirit's movement everywhere. Congregations partnering with schools and neighborhoods, food pantries. Online worship becoming real pastoral care for the homebound. Small communities of faith forming around shared needs in their communities, not shared history. The Spirit is at work despite our grief, regardless of the fear of the unknown, and in the middle of all of this ambiguity, the Spirit is moving and calling us to build and to travel new roads. The Spirit isn't waiting for perfect clarity. It's not waiting for institutional permission. It's not only in our sanctuaries, folks, but it's in our communities, it's in our neighborhoods. And the Spirit is moving not only through programs, but through relationships. The work of innovative leadership is not to bemoan the past or to invent the future. Our work is to notice where God is already creating new roads and have the courage to walk them. So I'm going to give you 5 practices on how innovative leaders build new roads. These 5 practices are perfect for a VUCA environment, and dare I say, are spiritual practices. 1, questioning. Asking what God might be doing now. Asking those in your community, in your congregations, what do you need? Asking yourself what God might be calling you to. Asking your leadership team, what is it that God has for us next? Asking what God might be doing now. 1, questioning. 2, observing. Paying attention to lived realities. what is happening in your context? I want to invite you to, as stealthily as you might be able to, after your next worship service, watch the parking lot. Don't engage with anyone. Don't talk to anybody. This is why it has to be stealth, right? Because everybody knows, hey, I got a question for you. How about that meeting, No. Try and just, sit in your office, look out a window, do whatever you need to do. Spend 15 minutes watching what happens in the parking lot after service. Who's there? Who's talking? Who's not there? Spend 15 minutes on a park bench in your community. Look out the window during a Tuesday afternoon. Who's walking by? Observe. Pay attention to lived realities. Networking. Number 3, networking. Learning beyond our own walls and circles of influence. Right now, the Office of Innovation is working with the Presbyterian of Baltimore on a leading faithful innovation lab. We recently went through these, and I had them write, draw a circle on a piece of paper, and I said, I want you to write inside that circle, this is your sphere or circle of influence. Everybody that you come into contact with, that you feel like you have a sphere of influence in. And then draw another circle around it, and in that outer circle, write those folks that you don't have any connection with at all, but have influence within your community. Maybe it's the mayor, maybe it's the librarian, maybe it's the school principal, maybe it's, the nurse, maybe it's the mayor, I don't know. Whoever that might be, write it around that. Networking, if we begin to think of it as the spiritual practice of loving connection to those we are not readily in connection with, that's the networking we're talking about. We're not talking about leveraging relationships for manipulation or gain. We're talking about loving connections for the good of the community. Getting over those walls that we've created. Experimenting. I just said that we don't have to know the next right thing to do. And I mean that with all of my heart and soul. Why? Because we're living in a VUCA world. It's volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And so our contexts are not only constantly changing, but what works even within one presbytery for one congregation may not work for the other. This is not a one-size-fits-all world. So what does that mean? We got to play a little, y'all. We got to experiment. We have to try new things. And let me tell you something. If it doesn't work, that's okay. That's not failure. That's information. That's information. Experimentation is an iterative process. You don't ever get it right the first time. So let me just free your mind of that. But try low-risk experiments. So this Baltimore Innovation Lab, the whole thing is pointing them towards they have to do a Pentecost experiment. It's not a new program. And nobody wanting you to launch a new program, right? It's an experiment. It could be something as small and as simple as introduce bubbles into worship, Pentecost Sunday, to help the children understand the wind and the movement of the Spirit. Now, I did this. This is one of my favorite examples, and the example that I gave them. I did this whenever I was associate pastor of a small church in southern Indiana. And let me tell you what, for me to be able to introduce bubbles into the sanctuary was a huge deal. Is anybody really surprised? No, we're not surprised about this. But we overcome with lots of conversation, lots of understanding, and let me give you a key phrase that will help you overcome resistance, okay? What's your underlying value in that? If somebody is giving you resistance to an idea and say, no, we can't possibly do that. That's ludicrous. Okay. Can you help me understand what's your underlying value in that? Sometimes it helps to say, my underlying value, this is the phrase that I use to get the bubbles in the sanctuary. My underlying value in this is really helping the children understand a really complex idea and theology that we have, and a real practical thing that they use in everyday life and their experience as a child to make our faith come alive for them. Well, when you start talking about children's faith coming alive, very few people are going to tell you no. What's your underlying value? Here's another phrase you might want to pull out of your pocket. What might it take to get you to a yes? I learned this phrase from whenever I was a director of Christian education at Knox Church in Cincinnati from Adam Franchek, and I was blown away. We were in a session meeting, and we were, y'all, I'm not kidding you, debating the color of pew cushions. Right? Well, they had to remain red. They had to remain red. They had always been red. They have been red since I was a child in this church. Of course they're going to be red. Well, there's a proposal on the table to make them, God forbid, maroon. Crazy talk, right? And all of a sudden, I just saw him lean forward and say to this nice lady, I've heard you and I understand your value of tradition, but I'm wondering what might it take to get you to a yes? Experimentation, networking, observing, questioning. Fifth and final one, associating. Connecting faith to real life. Not only for children with bubbles, but for every generation. One of the, I call them sandboxes for this experiment lab. One of the sandboxes we played in was associating. And I had folks take, they broke up into small groups and they had to list things that they come into contact in everyday life. And then they had a column, they had to write rituals in our faith. So baptism, communion, prayer, whatever. And then it was some hobby. So something in everyday life, spiritual, sacred ritual, and some fun hobby. and then they had to make a list, and then I randomly picked and said, okay, now you're going to create a worship out of this. We had canoeing, wedding, and communion. And all of a sudden, they presented an experiment where there was a renewal of the vows for anyone in the congregation who wanted to participate at a local lake, and all of the couples were in canoes in the lake. And as part of, after the renewal ceremony, everyone took communion together. Now, what a beautiful picture is that? I was like, that could be a really fabulous experience. Associating, play around with everyday life things, and make our faith come alive. These aren't strategies, they're spiritual practices. And the more we do them, the more we question, the more we observe, the more we network, the more we experiment, the more we associate, the better we'll become. It will begin to be just how we move and operate in this VUCA world. I'm going to tell you real quick about Westminster Presbyterian Church. This is a church in Pennsylvania. And they decided to play with these spiritual practices. So they observed that several members were no longer attending church on Sunday mornings. And they noticed that several of the members who weren't attending on Sunday mornings lived in a nearby retirement community, in a nearby retirement home. And so they observed. So then they began to question. They began asking a series of questions. What was keeping folks from coming on Sunday mornings? Well, the residences of the retirement community, they pointed to health and mobility concerns, right? So then the church asked, well, if we provided a bus to come and pick you up so you could be part of our Sunday morning worship in person, would you do that? Likely not. Still health and mobility concerns, right? Okay. Do you miss worship? Oh, heavens, yes. You miss the community? Is our community still important to you? Absolutely. It devastates us that we can't be a part of it. Westminster then began to ask themselves some questions. How might they respond to this new knowledge? What resources did they have? What did this challenge, what opportunity might lie in this challenge? What was their responsibility to these members? Well, then they began to wonder about their network. Could they partner with this retirement community in some way? Could they maybe partner with local library volunteers or a business that might provide volunteers to run the live stream? Or maybe could they partner with somebody to fund the necessary and needed equipment if they were going to do this live stream in the retirement community? Where was the Spirit leading? So they began to experiment. They asked the retirement community, it's named Maris Grove, if they could begin to live stream their worship services in their little chapel theater area, so that any resident who couldn't physically attend worship on Sunday mornings could at least, watch worship there within the retirement community. They offered to equip it with just minimal stuff. Like, really, we're just going to have a screen and whatever. They trained residents in the community and in the congregation to manage the stream. And to their surprise, it took off. The outcome is that between 75 to 100 people attend this streamed service every single Sunday at Maris Grove. A lot of them are from different denominational backgrounds. Many of them are not members of Maris Grove, but they come faithfully every Sunday. And sure, this idea was initially resisted by some. Lots of folks worried about, well, this will encourage others to stay home. None of those kind of concerns played out. There was no new building, no capital campaign, just a new lane added to an existing road. What might happen if you began observing, questioning, networking, experimenting, associating? I want us to return to Mr. Glenn and Miss Lorraine for a minute. After a very long journey, they decided to, in fact, travel a new road. That road led them to a smaller home. A half acre instead of 10. Mr. Glenn's woodworking shop had much fewer tools and was in the attached garage instead of out back. And on the day that the movers were moving them into their new home, I stopped by. And there I saw Miss Lorraine proudly sitting like a queen on her throne in the middle of her new living room, pointing to where every little thing needed to go. She was not diminished, and she certainly was not grieving in that moment. She was filled with excitement, albeit a little unsure of what this new road might still hold. And she was very clear that she was incredibly happy to be in her new home. So I want to invite you to think for yourself, what do I need to observe? What questions should I be asking? Who is missing from my network? What experiments might I need to try? And how might I associate sacred practices, elements of ordinary life, and a felt need in my community? Because friends, the future of God, the future that God sees for the church, it's not going to look like the past. Because the Spirit is moving, not maintaining. May you have the courage to sit like Miss Lorraine in the middle of an unfamiliar room, trusting that this too can be home. And may you have the patience of Mr. Glenn, learning how to shape something new from the tools that you still carry, even when the future feels uncertain and unfinished. And may you remember and volatile and ambiguous that letting go is not the same thing as being lost, and that faith does not require clarity, only trust. And may the God who goes before you and all of us open your eyes to roads already forming beneath your feet, and guide you as you imagine and build the new paths of grace, courage, and hope. Amen.
Thank you so much. Lots to think about. Lots to think about. Thank you. Thank you. So, my friends, we're getting ready to head to our first workshops. On the back of your program, you'll see where they're located, but friendly folks in the hallway can help point you. Got about 10 minutes. They'll start at 10:30. But 3 quick things. Number 1, if you would like a gluten-free or vegetarian sandwich, see me before you leave the sanctuary. Secondly, if you filled out a form, you want to give it to Tina. She now has more forms that you can pick up from her. There's also a box out on the table that says survey for book study. You can drop them in there. And third, evaluations every year that we get say, I wish there was more time to socialize and meet people. It's hard to build that in because with our workshops and the keynotes, but please take the opportunity to sit by someone you don't know at lunch, to strike up a conversation with folks in your workshop. Take a few minutes right now, because this really is part of our being connectional. So, enjoy. After the workshop, we'll be heading to lunch. We won't be going through the kitchen this time. It's 2 lines in the fellowship hall, either side of the table. And once we're in there seated, we'll pray. So as soon as your workshop's let out, you'll be able to come and help yourself to lunch. All right? Head out.
Oh, I'm a born and bred Louisville girl. Yeah, sort of. I mean, some people say Kentucky. That's not really Kentucky, but I mean, I get it. We're different. We're a different breed. Hey, y'all. Okay. This is where I'm just gonna start right from the beginning, making y'all a little angry. We gotta fill up. We gotta fill up at least the first. Okay, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. You can do one more, John. Right here. Come on. Okay. Well, you got it.
You're observing that, but I'm not ready to observe it.
Well, okay. There's no failure in 5 rows. I love that. I love that. Okay. This is going to be interactive, so y'all are going to have to be like with one another. So the not ready email. Yeah, you're going to be talking to each other at some point during this. So I'm just saving you from what will be future mandated movement. What are you drinking? This pink concoction has me concerned. Hold that up, Kathy. What in the world?
Yeah, it's a dragon drink.
You're drinking a dragon?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
It's a dragon drink. It's dragon fruit,
Okay.
mango,
Oh, nice.
milk,
Okay.
milk rather, so yeah.
All right. Well, I'm drinking chai latte, so I'm keeping it real. Okay, y'all. Thanks for being here. Say, whoo, Lord, thank you, that is over with. I was very stressed out about that keynote. I thank you all for being a great audience, for the smiles and the nods. That means a lot to somebody who's up here and talking for an extended period of time. And I'm losing the whole thing, y'all. Okay, so today, this workshop is titled Imagining the Roads Ahead. And we are going to play a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead. If you're an introvert, I am sorry. I am an introvert, and I mean this, John, I do mean it from the bottom of my heart. I am sorry. We'll start with a very nice, playful exercise that introverts are going to love. But we are going to move to playful exercises in which you're going to have to talk with others, likely strangers. And I know, so let's all just take a real deep breath together. Okay, and as my friend, Governor Andy Beshear of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky says, we will get through this. We will get through this together. Okay. Today, we're going to talk about moving from insight to foresight to faithful action. From insight to foresight to faithful action, okay? And this is really rooted in Jane McGonigal's work at the Institute for the Futures. I referenced her in the keynote. I highly recommend to you her book, Imaginable. It's very practical, it's not real dense, but it has all these great playful activities. She's a futurist, and a researcher, but she also creates games, which is a lot of fun. So, this is rooted in her work, and my goal is that this is gonna help strengthen your ability to see the future coming and be ready for it. So there's a difference between responding and reacting. And I wanna help us think about responding. So, who believes imagination is a leadership skill? Okay. How often do you practice imagining? Yeah. If it's a leadership skill, but we're not actively practicing it, how sharp do we think that skill is? Right? So that's exactly what we're going to do in this workshop. We're going to practice. that leadership skill. And I want to just give you ground ourselves in Scripture so you can see that I'm not completely off the rails. But there is a theological foundation in this. There are biblical echoes of imaginative trust throughout Scripture. Abraham in Genesis 15, right? God asked Abraham to look at the stars and imagine descendants he will never live to see. The Israelites in the wilderness, right? They were asked toward a land they have never seen. The exiles in Babylon. God invites them to imagine homes, gardens, and futures in a place they never intended to stay. Mary and Luke, Mother Mary, right? She consents to a future she cannot explain, carrying a promise before there is proof. And the early church in Acts 2, they live in a community that does not yet exist, practicing generosity and belonging before it is socially sustainable. They were all imagining a future. They were all leaders in their own ways, right? So in each case, imagination precedes clarity. And today, we're going to play with unsticking our imagination. So, in the next 30 seconds, it might be helpful if you close your eyes, but you don't have to. I know for some people that feels very vulnerable, and I want to honor that. Feel free to turn your gaze downward, whatever. But in the next 30 seconds, I want you to imagine yourself waking up tomorrow morning. Try to picture it in your mind's eye or describe it to yourself as clearly as possible. What room are you in? What space are you in? What wakes you up? Is it a person? Is it your alarm clock? If you're me, it's my dog. Is it light out? Is it still dark? Which side of the bed are you on? What are you wearing? What mood are you in? Keep imagining your tomorrow morning until you have a very clear answer to those questions. Okay. Great job! You all, everybody, just took a trip to a highly imaginable future. You did it. Nicely done. Yeah? Now, it was probably really easy for you to imagine that future, right? Because it's normal. You know what to expect. You do it every day. And there's really not a lot of uncertainty, hopefully, between this moment and tomorrow morning. Now, let's try something a little bit more challenging. Go ahead and close your eyes. And for the next 30 seconds, I want you to imagine yourself waking up 1 year from today. 1 year from today. Again, try to envision this future moment as clearly as possible. Feel free to change as many of the details or as few of the details as you want. 1 year from today, are you waking up somewhere different? Is there something different about the room you're in or the bed? Is someone different with you? Are you physically changed in some way? Do you have a different morning habit a year from now? Something you do as soon as you wake up that maybe you don't do today? keep imagining 1 year from now until you have the answers to these questions, even ones that might seem a little harder to predict. Okay, open your eyes. Is that a little harder? Yeah. It wasn't harder. It wasn't hard for you, Katie? That wasn't harder for you? Wow, okay, that's good. It seemed hard. Did it seem easy for anybody else? No? Ma'am, what's your name? Can I ask your name? Contra, that was a little bit harder for you? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're going to try one more. Are you ready? This time, I want you to imagine yourself waking up 10 years from today. 10 years from today. You need to come up with a vivid yet plausible image of yourself, of the space you're in, and who might be with you 10 years from today. Where are you 10 years from now? What do you see, hear, smell, feel? What's the first thing on your mind when you wake up? Are you physically different in this future? Now try not to make this scene a total fantasy. Stay grounded in what you feel is genuinely realistic and plausible for you in your life. Keep thinking about this moment 10 years from now until you have as many details as possible filled in. Okay. Would anybody like to see share what they saw in their future 10 years from now? Kathy. Nice, yeah. Kathy said 10 years from now, she'll be waking up to a retired future in which she will be reclining in bed as her husband is making the coffee. She can smell it brewing, and she is surrounded by four-legged kids. That's how I imagine my future, but it's not my husband, it's my wife making the coffee, which she makes the coffee every morning, I gotta say. Okay, 10 years from now, was that harder? Katie? It was fun. Katie's like, that was fun. Yes, I love it. Yeah. It's for most folks, you probably felt a little bit more mental effort in imagining 10 years into the future. I did this exercise with my kids, and that was fascinating. And they had some real, their ability to really name what was happening in the future for them 10 years from now was really incredible to hear. So I invite you to play this little game with your loved ones, your friends. If you have grandchildren or siblings or, little nieces or nephews, or play it with those around you. And it's a great way to kind of learn what they are imagining for themselves in the future. But it does take a bit more mental strain to do this 10-year in the future exercise. And the brain works harder. Research shows that whenever we do this, the brain is working significantly harder to imagine further in the future. Because your brain will intuitively grasp uncertainty and unknowability. And 10 years out, there's a lot of uncertainty and unknowability. And so it's fighting hard against that. Your brain, there's no other way to say it other than when we do these types of exercises, our brain is creating new neurological pathways so that when we do get to a place in the future that we might have already imagined, it's not so shocking to our system. Have you ever heard of like professional athletes visioning a big game, like the Super Bowl's coming up? I'm a little put out that my Detroit Lions had a really not so good year, right? Well, one year we'll make it. I feel like IU, wrong crowd, right? Anywho, but athletes use this technique a lot to think through. They will imagine themselves in the stadium, on the court. They will imagine the roar of the crowd. They will anticipate the smells. They will anticipate, a certain play and move themselves through that. That's called episodic future thinking. Episodic future thinking. And it literally prepares not only your brain, but your body to be in that moment. So where the moment comes, you're not reactive. You're not in a state of shock and making decisions or, behaving under stress. Instead of reacting, you're responding. You're responding in a calm, centered, more thoughtful way. That making sense? Okay. So EFT, episodic future thinking, it's not about just thinking about the future, right? It's about simulating the future in your mind. Think of it as this way. It's a difference between knowing it's probably going to rain tomorrow. It's kind of a fact, a little abstract, right? And vividly imagining yourself in the rain, trying to feel in your body, pre-feel the rain on your skin, and using everything you know about what tomorrow might be like to make that scenario detailed and realistic. Okay? That is the type of episodic future thinking we're talking about. You really have to go for the details. Now, let me be clear, this isn't daydreaming. There's a big distinction between those two. In daydreaming, you kind of fantasize about living a completely different life or waking up in a world where your problems are magically solved. Like for Kathy, daydreaming would have been, I'm in the French Riviera and I'm living in my new chateau I'm overlooking the sea and the wind is billowing through and, my butler brings me on a tray. Maybe that is plausible. I don't know, but, that's daydreaming, right? This episodic future thinking is grounded in what we currently know about our lives and about reality. So it's got some factual basis. And this allows us, again, to pre-feel different possibilities or different futures. It helps us to decide, is this a world I want to wake up to? What do I need to do to be ready for it? should I try to change what I'm doing today to make the future more or less likely? Because leaders who imagine multiple futures are less reactive, more hopeful under pressure, and better respond creatively rather than defensively. So we're going to play a little bit more with this episodic future thinking, and we're going to think about 100 ways the church could be different in the future. Okay? I think maybe, this is what it identifies. I'm really bad, y'all, with slides. There's a reason why there weren't slides in the keynote. Yeah. Here's what episodic future thinking does. You all can read. I'm sorry. Faith is not certainty about outcomes. It's the courage to live toward a promise that has not yet taken shape. If this is how we understand faith, not the certainty of our outcomes, it's the courage to live towards a promise that has not yet taken shape. Episodic future thinking doesn't predict the future. It does not predict the future. It forms us to meet the future with faith rather than fear. This is why it's important for leaders of faith to practice EFT, because it helps us, forms us to meet the future, this unknown future, with faith rather than fear. I think we're 100 ways the church could be different. We're going to play this game. So now this is the mandatory grouping. I gave you, I tried to be nice. I gave you a heads up. I want you to get into groups of no more than 6. No more than 6. You're going to self-select, and here's what you're going to do. You're going to list assumptions that feel obvious or unquestionable about the church today. So, for example, preaching happens. There is always the proclamation of the Word of God in church. Our clergy are trained, right? We have an ordination process. We have commissioned ruling elders. There's a training that goes along with those. And Sunday morning is still when church happens, by and large, okay? So I am going to give you a few minutes to get into groups of no more than 6, because we're not going to get unruly and rowdy in here. We're just going to have fun. So no more than 6, and together you are going to list as many as possible. Now don't debate it, right? We don't need to get in debate. Just speed is what matters here. Just off the top of your head, as many things that you can think of, and somebody write them down. Okay? You're not doing anything right now. No, this is just naming what the reality, or how you perceive the reality right now. Okay? Ready? Go. Okay, I'm gonna only give you 5 minutes, because creativity happens amongst constraint. So you're gonna have 5 minutes, list as many assumptions as you can. Okay, go. Am I cutting out?
A little bit. It might help because the antenna's right back there.
Oh, okay.
Put it in your back pocket.
Okay.
That's what we've done. It's not always a problem.
Sure.
Let's try that.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
Church development that's never launched. It's been 20 plus years. And a church that's share their financial records. They just want this church to come join them, become partners. That's the point. That's where the merger problems fall.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to give you one more minute. One more minute. right. Okay, let's bring it back together. How'd you do? Yeah, you got a page? Nice. All right, front and back. Wow, right. All right. Yeah, okay, that's excellent. You feeling good about what you came up with? All right. Now, you're going to stay with your same group. John, this is where God says, give us, grace and mercy, right? I mean, I believe in you, John. You've already overcome making it. You're an overachiever, John, at this point, because you're not in row 5, you're in row 3. So I believe in you, John. I believe in you. Okay, now you're going to take those list of assumptions that you just made, and you're going to flip them. Here's what I mean. There's now, you remember on the list of assumptions I had preaching, proclamation of the word. Now, in the future, there is no more preaching. There's no more preaching at church. Why? Due to the rapid increase of, quote, nuns and the decline in church attendance, most congregations can no longer afford a pastor. Congregations have embraced the practice as Lectio Divina and or congregational dialogue as their primary way of engaging the gospel. Quakers. Yeah. So with every assumption you all had on your list of what church is like now, we're going to flip it for the possibility of the future. Yes. Todd?
Not necessarily it doesn't have to be what we think is actually going to happen.
Remember, that's a great point, Todd. We are unsticking our imaginations. So we don't need to debate whether or not it's plausible or not. I mean, let's not have UFOs or aliens coming in and, let's keep it a little, I don't know, maybe that is something that could happen. But so we don't need to debate, we don't need to edit, we don't I'm going to say it this way, use curiosity over caution. So whatever assumptions you had, I want you to flip that assumption for the future and try to give, like I did in this one, some sort of reasoning behind it. Like, what do we know is kind of populating right now that we could give some sort of reasoning as to why we came up with this, okay? The future rewards those who practice imagining early. So you're practicing what could be the future and unsticking your minds. Now I'm going to give you 5 minutes to flip. Ready? Go. All right, you've got about 2 more minutes. One minute. All right, let's bring it back together. Appreciate it. I've overheard some fascinating conversations. I'm really interested in hearing what you all. So let's have a group share out how you flipped pick just one of your assumptions and share with us how you flipped it for the future. Is there a group that wants to volunteer? Okay, go for it, Todd.
We talked about how an assumption is that an offering will be taken and that will be used and flip that by thinking about church being funded by having people rent portions of your building, having some sort of forward-facing retail kind of thing, a restaurant, coffee shop or something. Not the expectation that those will come outside.
The entire, yeah. I want to say Todd has actually, and this group has actually hit on something that is happening right now, that the Office of Innovation has a toolkit and coaching to help congregations form what we call social enterprises. And so we see this as a way of aligning mission and money for the congregation to fulfill a need in the community. So it could be something like a community center. It could be a daycare center. It could be an adult daycare center. It could be a coffee shop. It could be any host of things. It's called the Good Futures Accelerator. I think that there are some folks even here today who are walking through that. Kathy's talked about it, yeah. Kathy and the Presbyterian team are very familiar with it. They are actually on a Presbyterian level working with us and our partner who designed that, Rooted Good, in a cohort. So if you have any additional questions, please feel free. I'm happy to answer those. But yeah, you've hit on something that we know it has to be part of the mix for the church and for congregations in the future. Another one, who else wants to share out? Yeah. There would always be a building and there would always be parking was the assumption.
Question,
Would there?
at other time, rather
Right. Yeah, so they said essentially the building would go away and worship could be online and meetings would be online and it could be at any point, not only on Sunday mornings. Let me introduce you all to Harbor Community Church, a PC USA new worshiping community that is completely online. They meet on Thursday evenings at 7 p.m. They meet for lunch on Wednesdays for kind of a lunch brunch talk kind of thing. And then there's also community events. There's a puzzle group. There's all kinds of stuff. That's Harbor Community Church. It's already happening here in the PC USA. Absolutely something that will not only be part of the church in the future, but something that folks are already experimenting with. Okay, another group. I think you all had your hand up. Yes. Music. Okay. Okay, and that was Trish is your name? So Trish, their group said music is kind of a staple. That was their assumption. They flipped it and they said, well, in the future, we might not have music. It might not be hymns. It might be more contemporary worship. It might be something that is pre-recorded. I want to introduce you all to something. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. So I have a little side gig, and I have a podcast that's launching in February, and it's called Barrels, Belief, and Becoming. Y'all, I'm a Kentucky girl, so yes, it's barrels means bourbon. And I needed a theme song for my podcast. Well, I wrote down some ideas, and I wrote down a few lyrics, and then I went online, and there's this place called Suno, S-U-N-O, and it creates from AI music. And you know what? They created, let me see if I can get it to play. Well, I may not be able to. Yeah, right? So that is actually something that if you're a smaller congregation, right? And you don't have live musicians, there's all kinds of ways to think through that. Yep.
Based out of Knox, Pennsylvania. It's a little box, plug into your sound system, program your whole service.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like it being a dirge sounding song, just be careful not to make it go too fast that people can't sing.
Right.
But if you don't like your organ, you can have it play a piano or you can have a symphony, and it's all in this little box.
Yeah. Yeah.
Way cheaper than a pianist.
Right, right. And, you know, if we are moving, okay, let's combine, let's associate a couple. Let's take Jeff, right, Jeff? Idea that it's no longer in person, and your idea that maybe we don't have, you know, music as we're used to. Well, we've got online, we've got this hymnal in a box, and it's live streaming to a group of folks all around the world who, oh my goodness, all of a sudden, this is a new way of doing and being church in the future. One more. Okay, Brenda.
A little bit of a spin of whether you're in a building or you're not. Together, and it's not a specific leader, but everyone one person might come with a poem. Might have a piece of music or just some kind of message that then everyone discusses.
Okay.
And then it would change up each week.
Yeah. So rather than having like a set liturgy of what things look like every single week, people, the community is invited to come with their own idea for each element of the worship service. And it switches from week to week. That sounds like fun. That's very creative. I love that. Okay. So we've now played 2 games of this episodic future thinking, right? We've imagined ourselves 10 years into the future. We've imagined the church in the future. And now I want to give you some tools for how we can identify kind of what might be on the horizon. These are called signals and drivers of change. And this is to expand our capacity for imaginative resilience and to be able to spot drivers and signals of change. And I have some handouts over here. And I have more of the signals of change, but they also have some exercises on them that you can take home and do. Yeah, if you can make copies of the drivers of change, that would be great. These come to us, these were produced by the Institute for the Future. I'm working this year to be certified as a futurist and futuring essentials. So, and again, Jane McGonigal is on staff as a research and faculty at the Institute for the Futures. So drivers and signals of change. A driver of change, that's our VUCA world, we know what that is. So drivers of change are the forces that will shape the next 10 to 20 years. A driver of change is a large, ongoing force shaping the future, whether we like it or not. Drivers of change are already underway. They're difficult to stop, and they're powerful enough to alter institutions. Let me give you some examples of church-relevant drivers of change. Demographic aging and decline in birth rates. I was telling Kathy earlier today, I saw a graphic, and I'm not sure where it came from, so I'm not going to quote any of the stats, but essentially it showed in the next 10 to 20 years, the percentage of baby boomers who would die from the church and what that might mean when we take that in conjunction with this understanding that in the research of young adults not attending church. It's sort of a cliff you might fall off of. Another driver of change, digital and hybrid community, the rise of that, which we've talked about here today. Declining trust in institutions. Economic precarity and inequality. Increasing religious and cultural diversity. All of those things are drivers of change that are impacting the church now and will continue to have a greater impact on the church 10 to 20 years in the future. Drivers answered this question: what is likely to keep changing no matter what we do? What is likely to keep changing no matter what we do? So then we have signals of change. So that's a driver of change, a signal of change. These signals are a way of training us to spot the future early. And signals is a small, concrete example that hints to a different future that might be emerging. Let me say that again. Signals are a small, concrete example that hints to different ways that might be emerging. Let me go back to Jeff and his group's example. We no longer meet in a building and we meet online. And I said, let me introduce you to Harbor Community Church. They are a signal of change. They are a signal of change. Todd and his group said, well, in the future, it won't just be the giving of the congregation that keeps doors open. It will be some type of community retail shop or gift shop or coffee shop or whatever. And I said, well, let me tell you about the Good Futures Accelerator. And I could give you, we have what's called Social Enterprise Inventory on our website, and it lists over 187 current that we are aware of. Go to pcusa.org/innovation. Over 187, only within the PCUSA, social enterprises that are currently being tested and experimented with across the nation. Each and every one of those is what? A signal of change. A signal of change. This group talked about music is going to be different in the future. Kathy said, we already have this. Yeah, right, what is that? Digital hymnal is a signal of change. Signal of change. There's small experiments They're local adaptations that are producing unexpected successes. Signals are not trends, they are evidence. Signals are not trends, they are evidence, especially whenever these signals start to mount up. Y'all, 187 examples only within the PCUSA of social enterprise across the US. That's not a trend anymore. A trend, whenever I was in the military, we learned a trend was 3 to 5. That's the starting of a trend. You get up in the 50s, that's a signal. That's a signal. And these drivers of change, they produce these things that we can't control of. And so then we start experimenting, and these experiments give us unexpected successes, and those are our signals that this is the way something is heading in the next 10 to 20 years. Drivers tell us why change is happening. Oh, signals of change. Drivers tell us why change is happening. Signals show us how change is beginning. Faithful, innovative leaders learn to pay attention to both. Signals and drivers of change. All right, y'all ready to play again? We're gonna play Signal Safari. And this is what Jane calls future noticing. And imaginable leaders are able to train themselves to spot weak signals before they become obvious trends. So I want to invite you to form pairs, okay? And each pair is going to practice a future noticing by answering these questions. What's one small but surprising thing you have seen in your congregation or the presbytery? And then secondly, if this continued for 10 years, what might it grow into? What's one small but surprising thing you've seen in your congregations or your presbytery? And then secondly, if that continued for 10 years, what might it grow into? And I'm going to give you 5 minutes to find somebody. Again, we just want pairs, no more than 3. And I'll give you 5 minutes to answer those 2 questions. All right, ready? Go. 2 more minutes. One minute. All right, let's wrap up our conversations and try and come back together.
Oh, it's amazing. I can, but also Iberian.
Okay. Signal Safari. Give me some examples, just shout them out, of examples that you have explicitly named as signals within your congregation or the presbytery. Yeah. That's a driver of change. Yeah. Yeah. A signal of change would be how a congregation might be adapting to that, right? Signal of change. Examples? Yes. Adapting to not having a pastor. Okay, what are y'all doing? This is great. A core group that's dedicated and you keep forging ahead. So can you share with us, what does your weekly worship look like? 100 members without a pastor. That's... Wow. Okay. Wow. So your congregation in Scioto Valley with 100 members, 80 to 90 every week, that seems to be growing. You're adding Sunday school classes, you're having new ages come, new folks show up. Okay. But they can't afford to pay a pastor with the package that's required. Yeah. Right. And the congregation can't afford that. Right. So how are you all handling like pastoral care and that type of thing? You have a care team. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. 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 We can figure that out. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. 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 So what this sounds like to me is sort of you all are embracing the priesthood of all believers. And we're all kind of stepping up for our community to be what one another needs in this time, even though we don't have a ordained pastor leading this community or this congregation. Okay. Another example. Yes. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
They watched that and they realized people weren't watching community.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't watching,
Yeah.
so they just started a
Uh-huh.
sermon,
Uh-huh.
20
Yep. That's, yeah.
successful. They did a live one by Zoom.
Mm.
They said,
Nice.
so they had 9 people.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, wow. So you're now an interstate community. That's nice. So I don't know if everybody could hear. They had started recording essentially different segments. So they recorded their organist, they recorded some liturgy and prayers, they recorded the sermon and the choir or something like that. And what they found, because they were observing and they were questioning and they were willing to experiment and they were associating, they decided that they would just put on simply sermon, so just the recorded sermon part, and put that online, and that has become hugely successful. And now they are experimenting with inviting people who are watching. They had a live one, and they're experimenting with that. And they invited people who wanted to watch live to stay after for communion, and they had 9 people show up, and 2 of them were from out of state. That's exciting. That's pretty. That's phenomenal. Okay, I've heard a little bit from Kathy about this group over here in a couple of rows, some experimentation that's happening with 3 different congregations, a new worshiping community. Would somebody like to share with the larger group what is percolating, what experimentations are going on here? Uh-huh. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah, so there's a new worshiping community and 2 existing congregations that are small that are experimenting with what might it look like if we come together. And in the midst of that, they're doing the Good Futures Accelerator Toolkit from our office so that there's a social enterprise component to that to help them with their financial sustainability. And every congregation is involved in how this is coming together. Pretty exciting stuff. All right. I told y'all I knew that there was great things happening in this presbytery, so I wasn't afraid to ask that question. All right. So now we're going to do this integration part where we move from imagination to faithful action. And I want you to hold tight to this knowledge that I'm about to share. The future does not ask us to be right. The future does not ask us to be right, it asks us to be ready. So individually, I want you to think about one future that we have discussed today and this time that challenged your assumptions of what you thought the future of the church might be like. It might be that the future of the church is going to be all online. If that challenged you in some way. Or if it's music, we're going to lose our music. Or if it's, we will no longer have the preaching of the word in the way that we have it, whatever it was. Or maybe it's one that wasn't named, but is just really rusting with you. And then I want you to identify one signal within this presbytery that's been mentioned that you want to keep your eye on. That you want to maybe be in conversation with folks about. That maybe you have some questions you want to ask. Maybe you want to observe how they're moving through whatever process they're going through. Maybe you want to make some association between what they're doing and you could possibly be doing in your congregation, and maybe you want to experiment with that a little bit. So one signal that we've discussed here in this presbytery that you want to do some follow-up on or with. And then one small experiment that would build imaginative resilience in your congregation. Maybe it's at the next congregation meeting, all you do is how we opened up. With imagine yourself waking up tomorrow morning, imagine yourself waking up in a year, imagine yourself waking up in 10 years. What's one small experiment you can do in your congregation that would build the congregation's imaginative resilience so they too can become unstuck? I'm going to give you 3 minutes, okay, maybe a little bit more, 3 to 4 minutes individually to sit with these questions to take forward into your faithful action. All right. Y'all remember The future doesn't ask us to be right, it asks us to be ready. And small experiments are how we practice courage without certainty. So I want to spend the last, 5 or so, 10 minutes opening up for questions. What questions might you have? What insights or aha moments maybe you want to share? I want to be sure you all have time to. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Your legacy. Yeah. Right. 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 Yeah, absolutely. Did everybody hear that? Did everybody hear what it was? Mary Beth. Yeah. Yeah, and that's, folks, that's the reality for a lot of individuals. Whenever we start talking about 10 to 20 years in the future, I did this exercise, I guess it was 2 years ago now, with some staff at the national office. Somebody said, yeah, I won't be here, I don't think, 10 years from now. So that's kind of a jarring moment, right? And what's the opportunity in that realization? And Mary Beth, it sounds like you're seeing the opportunity, along with being in conversation with Todd, your pastor, of I may not be here in 10 years, but this last 10 years, or maybe I should think about this as 5 years, there's an opportunity here for me to say, what am I leaving the larger church? How do I want to be really careful and intentional about these next 5 years? It's kind of like a tree that you plant in your front yard that you may or may not live to see it come to be the beautiful, oak with the huge branches and all of that, But that's going to be there. Who else? Yes. Sure. Are you saying the organization of the PCUSA? Are you saying the organization of the Presbytery or your congregation? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. Continue. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yeah, so, I think, well, I mean, I think, again, this is a complex, ambiguous, volatile, right, kind of an uncertain situation. So what I'm about to say, don't hold me to it, right? And I'm also going to say there's not one place that's going to come from. I would say it's going to come from you. It's going to come from your wisdom, your insight, your experience, the skills that you can share with others. I think it's going to come from those that are in the pews. I think it's going to come from different ideas of what training looks like for leading in congregations. I think it's going to come from our General Assembly, who shapes the mission and the work of our church. We are a connectional church. That is in, like, those kind of questions about training for training of clergy, ordination, certified ruling elders. That's all very clear in our Book of Order. And so that's going to have some conversation, right? There's also, like Mary Beth's church and Jane's church, where, they're kind of like, I think we can do this. Maybe we can do this with a commission ruling elder. Maybe we can do this with pulpit supply. Maybe we can do this with, interim pastors. Maybe we can do this with these folks by merging together. There's lots and lots and lots and lots of different avenues that can be taken. Where it's going to come from is us. That's the short answer. And I know it's not satisfying. And that's just it. There isn't a satisfying answer for the times in which we live. And that's why we've got to experiment with different things and different ways of getting to what we imagine and what God might be imagining for the church. Todd.
I just think of failing.
It's an opportunity.
There's something about convincing people that the church isn't the pastor, that the presbytery isn't Kathy. And I'm thinking about it, the presbytery or the General Assembly isn't those people out there. Like,
Right.
We are
Right.
the church.
Yep.
We are the presbytery. So thinking about it with the presbytery, thinking about things that a presbytery does or doesn't do, I started saying, well, I'd be happy to give your name to this
Yeah.
commission, because
Right.
that's a great idea. And the only way it's going to happen
Yeah.
is if the people who are the presbytery
Right.
are willing to do the work to make
Right.
that good idea.
That's an excellent, excellent, excellent point. You all are the presbytery. The presbytery is not the presbytery staff. It's you all. And the presbytery, or the national office, I'm staff, right? But my work is directed by the General Assembly, which is made up of commissioners from the presbytery, which is you all. So it is, I think, a really good point of we all have to figure this out together. This is our theology. This is what makes us distinctly Presbyterian. Not to mention that we're reformed and always reforming, right? So, yes, sir.
So, I do some live preaching in the church, near Todd's church.
Uh-huh.
And I've been moderating in their session.
Okay.
About a third of the preaching they do there while they're looking for a pastor is done by members of the congregation. But at the last session meeting, I listened to them doubting their own ability to do it well. I listened to one lady say, well, I've been slated to preach twice now, and both times the weather has stopped it, and church has been canceled, and I think that's God giving us a message. What I need to do is I need to figure out how to teach them to be comfortable and happy preaching for themselves as lay people. And that means that I don't teach them how to imitate me poorly.
Right.
It means I teach them how to do a good job of preaching the way a layperson preaches.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just thought of that sitting here this morning because of what we're doing.
Yeah.
So
That's
a
good.
different thing.
And you're Paul?
Paul.
Paul.
That's a different
Yeah.
thing. But if I think it through,
Yeah.
it ought to be possible, because I know they've got worthwhile things to say. They're just afraid to try to say it out of a pulpit.
Yeah. And there is, there is something that's imposter syndrome, right? Like, I know how, and as pastors, we all kind of have moments all the time, like, I know me. My seminary professor once told me, 80% of the, I think she said 80% of the time, pastors are preaching to themselves. So get over it. You're not alone. And this is, I think, Paul, you're really onto something. What would it look like? That's a great experiment to try as a next step. What would it look like to train folks and help them be comfortable in sharing the word? What would it look like? Jesus was a master storyteller. What would it look like if we taught people to tell their story of faith? Maybe that's another nugget there for you to think about, Paul. Like, what if it's not, okay, we're not necessarily asking you to share, like, to do exegesis on Romans 13. Like, don't worry about that. But what if we invited people and gave them some supports and some coaching and maybe some training or a workshop on, this is how I want to invite you to share your story of faith, your faith journey. Y'all now, okay, I grew up Assemblies of God. Right? Thank you. Keith, I don't know if y'all saw Keith's expression. He goes, right? So my daddy was an Assemblies of God pastor. My grandfather was an Assemblies of God pastor. My great-grandfather was an Assemblies of God pastor. All 9 of my great-uncles, Assemblies of God pastors. My current uncle, my dad's only brother, is Assemblies of God pastor in Pennsylvania today. This is the family business, y'all. And I was having this conversation with Samuel Son, who is my colleague in the Office of Innovation, and we were talking about storytelling whenever we were in Baltimore just a couple of weeks ago. And I said, I will say this, one thing that I miss from my faith tradition that I grew up in was testimony. Testimony. Because every Sunday night, we didn't have a sermon. That was testimony time, y'all. That was when anybody, and you want to talk about people wringing their hands and getting a little nervous, that was when anybody and everybody, no matter your age, no matter who you were, anybody could stand up and share their testimony. And it could be your life story, it could be what you had learned over the course of that week, it could be anything. What if we invited folks to share their testimony? I have a cousin who, I was telling somebody, Mary, I think it was, that my cousin died of cancer, of colon cancer in January of last year after a 7-year battle. And much like I can't imagine 10 years in the future, maybe it should be 5, Jeff was given 2 years. He lived 7. And his first year, he said, I'm going to make this count. So he began asking everybody he came into contact with, I mean, I was in Target with this man, and he looked at the checkout lady and he asked this question, and I was mortified. I thought I was going to die. What's your spiritual learning? What's your recent spiritual learning? What's your most recent spiritual learning? It could be anything from, I saw this amazing cloud in the sky, and it made me sit in awe of God's creation, to, I was at this really boring workshop with this lady from Kentucky that kept saying y'all, and all of a sudden I had this aha moment that my interim pastor work wasn't to figure out how to get somebody else in the pulpit, but how to equip the saints to tell their story. Innovation, experimenting. You don't got to get it right, you just got to be ready. Katie.
There's a good book by Lillian Daniels, I think it's called Tell It Like It Is, about how to teach people to do testimony in church.
Okay, Lillian Daniels, Tell It Like It Is the book that she's lifted up.
So I didn't grow up in the church, but I grew up with God.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is great about the how and the what. I think we also need to spend some time on, isn't the whole point to have people have God experiences and integrate that into their life? So we need to spend some time talking about who is God? What words do you use to describe? What are your experiences of? How do you know? So that people are doing theology themselves. I think sometimes we get lost maybe in the Book of Order or in politics, which I value, but what's it for? It's knowing you are inherently beloved and connected to everyone else. And what does it mean to live that way?
Right, yeah.
So we have to spend some time
Yeah.
reforming that language.
That's good. That's very good. All right. I'm sorry I kept you longer, but I wanted you all, this was good stuff you were sharing. Let me just say that the future of the church will not arrive all at once. It's going to show up in little signals along the way. And I encourage you to go with curiosity, go with faith, knowing that the Spirit is already ahead of you. Now, go get lunch.
I have a different question for you.
Yes, absolutely.
At General Assembly, last General Assembly, Pastor Noble Church
going to wait another minute or so as people continue to struggle. Also, I'm a Calvinist, and when things say, what says 12:45, that's 12:45. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get things started with just some introductory stuff. We've got a PowerPoint presentation, and I'm far from Mr. Tech, but we've got Brian back there in the back who knows everything about this stuff. And so when I go astray, he'll put me back on the straight and narrow, as they say. So here we are at the crossroads with white Christian nationalism. Just a quick introduction. Why this topic now? Well, that may have been more relevant about 2 years ago than it is now. We've seen an upsurge in white Christian nationalism last few years, certainly at least since January 6, 2021. And so there's that reason. It's a lively topic. 2 years ago, the General Assembly sent a direction to the Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy of the General Assembly, of which I'm a member, to bring a policy statement regarding white Christian nationalism to the 2026 GA. And so what we're doing today is I'm basically just relying on that policy paper, which is ready to go to the GA, and we're just kind of walk through that as a way of looking at white Christian nationalism. It will be different, and if you've ever been close to a General Assembly, you know that it will not be that policy goes in, but that's okay. It won't. If it's passed at all, I don't think it will have a huge change. So let me just begin with some definitions. What's nationalism? I'll try not to read a lot to you, but I will periodically. Nationalism, excuse me, nationalism emphasizes the importance of homeland and ethnic identity to identify the in-group, to identify the group that is really the nation, really the people of a particular country. I'll just leave that at that, and we can come back to some of these definitions if you want to. Nationalism also involves universally a mythological past. That is to say, there are certain ideas about the origins of that homeland and that people who that has certain characteristics. It universally makes the people, the pure blood people, good people. They're righteous people. They're God's special people. And let me say at the beginning here, nationalism does not have to be Christian nationalism. That's the context we're dealing with now in the U.S. But, think of Nazi Germany. Think of Japan in World War II era. Think of other places, India today. You can talk about Indian nationalism. These characteristics are all a part of that as well. I also want to distinguish patriotism and nationalism. A person can be patriotic. A person can think that the nation is good, that we should support and pray for the leaders of our nation, and all of that. That's appropriate, especially and even for Christians. But by contrast, the belief that the nation has a unique relationship to God that should grant Christians, or the people, let's take Christians out of it, grant the people a special power in the nation, or that the United States, in our case, has been selected by God to supremacy over other nations, that's not appropriate for people of faith. So there's a distinction between patriotism and nationalism that I want to make here at the outset. Christian, what's that word signify for us? In this case, it means the idea that Christianity and Christians should hold power, exclusive rights and privileges in the nation. As easy as that. We'll get to some examples of that after a little bit. Right now, I'm just wanting to set up some definitions. But the idea that the United States should be a Christian nation. And you already have in your mind some manifestations of ways that people would try that. White. Now we are more specifically in the U.S. context. We're talking about nationalism. There are nationalisms of different kinds around the world. When we get to white, the white part of white Christian nationalism, we're a little more specifically in the U.S. Only those people of Northern European ancestry are real citizens. Attempts are made to restrict the civil and human rights of non-white people, people who are scapegoated, people who are denied voting rights, people who are arrested and deported because they are not of Northern European ancestry. I didn't say this at the beginning. I'm going to try to move through this in about 30 to 45 minutes and leave plenty of time for discussion. But if you have questions as we go, raise your hand and we can stop and do that. But I'm going to let those definitions sit for now, and we can come back to some of this stuff later if you want to. But I do want to be careful and conscious about the use of our time. Are we okay for now? Great. Historical reality and Presbyterian involvement. The paper has a short section, white Christian nationalism as something that's been present in the U.S. since before it was the U.S. Colonialism, the idea that people could come from Europe and that this land on which we are now standing and sitting was ours to take, is Christian nationalism in and of itself, white Christian nationalism in and of itself. That we had a right to displace the people who were already here. So there's that all the way back. I would note, by the way, it didn't always involve just people of color, or in that case, indigenous people. Christian nationalism in its origins, let me back up even more. One of the great myths of our nation, of course, is that the colonies were founded for the purpose of religious freedom. That's not. Massachusetts, Connecticut, Virginia, Maryland, all had what we called established churches. And you were required to be a part of the established church, or you had certain penalties that you paid. Boston, between 1659, hold me to those dates, 4 Quakers were killed for their Quaker beliefs. That's what Christian nationalism does. You have to be a certain kind of Christian, right? Okay, slavery and racism. We don't need to recount that here, of course, but the practice of slavery, and after the Civil War, the rise of Jim Crow in the South and legal segregation, the practice in the North of redlining for people of color as they would apply for mortgages or try to get open bank accounts, that sort of thing. Insurance, the use of insurance companies, redlining to penalize those folks who were not white. Xenophobia, a long, long history of xenophobia. One of One of our ancestors was kind of prominent in this, more than one, but some of you may have heard of Lyman Beecher. Somebody once called him the father of more brains than anyone else in the United States. He was Harriet Beecher Stowe's father. He was the father of Henry Ward Beecher, who was a famous preacher back in the day. He was the father of Catherine Beecher, who was the inventor of the home economics movement. I mean, Lyman Beecher was, for a while, the president of Lane Theological Seminary, a Presbyterian school in Cincinnati. He wrote a book called A Plea for the West, in which he denounced Catholicism and all of those Irish and other kinds of Catholics who were coming into the U.S. trying to destroy our democracy. Because, of course, they believe in an anarchical religious system, and that's the education they believe in. You just indoctrinate people in those Catholic schools. You don't teach them how to think like we Protestants do. So there was a lot of that, and of course it resulted in the 1920s in legislation to restrict immigration into the United States, especially from Southern Europe and Asia. Quasi-establishment. The United States, a famous U.S. religious historian, Sidney Alstrom, once referred to the United States as not having an established religion, but a quasi-established religion. We had prayer in public schools. By the way, that when those prayers happened and the Lord's Prayer was done, it was the Protestant version of the Lord's Prayer. It was not the Our Father that Catholics pray. It's about, 3 words difference or something, but it was never that. Bible readings in public schools were always the King James Version. Protestant Bible, never the American Standard Version of Catholicism. And so on it goes. We had, many of us in this room grew up with blue laws. You didn't just run out to the store on Sunday, did you? But what did that mean for our Jewish brothers and sisters for whom the Sabbath is Saturday? Did they have to close their stores on Saturday to observe their religion and close it on Sunday to keep with the law? Yes, they did. So anyway, a long history of white Christian nationalism, and we have participated in that. So let me come specifically to what we think of as white Christian nationalism today. Some characteristics. There's a book that's become very popular among folks looking at this in the last few years, The Flag and the Cross by Philip Gorski and Samuel Perry, published in 2022. These are some characteristics that in their research they found as beliefs held by white Christian nationalists. The founding documents of the U.S. were divinely inspired. This goes back a long way. I wrote an article a lifetime ago, way back in 88 or 89, about the religious right. And Pat Robertson and, Liberty University. Thank you, Jerry Falwell. They argue that the 3 branches of government in the Constitution come directly from the Bible. God as a judge obviously leads to the judicial. God as Father is the executive branch, and the God who gives the lawgiver gives us the legislative branch. They would argue that this kind of direct connection. The U.S. and its successes are part of God's plan, that God has intentionally, for instance, left what we know as North America, left it free of Christian civilization before the English arrived, so that God could create the great blessing to the world that the U.S. is for that very reason. The U.S. government should declare the U.S. a Christian nation. The government should advocate for Christian values. The government should not enforce strict separation of church and state. The government should allow displays of religious symbols in public spaces, and the government should allow sponsored prayer in public schools. Those are some basic characteristics of white Christian nationalism. Another thing that I probably should have said at the beginning is, when we talk about white Christian nationalism, it's like talking about Christianity or like talking about, black culture or something like that. There's no one thing. There are lots of black cultures. There are lots of Christianities. There are different forms of white Christian nationalism on a spectrum. We're tending to focus on the more extreme end of the spectrum, but not exclusively. Recently, the National Council of Churches issued a statement, The Dangers of Christian Nationalism in the U.S. They added to that list by Gorski and Perry a mythology of origin. That's this mythology that we talked about before of how the United States is founded by God, that it was founded to be a Christian nation. It was founded that God wanted all of this to happen so that we could be a righteous, dominant force in the world. They also added a sense of threat to white Christians, replacement theory that you may have heard of in the last few months. The idea that immigrants are flooding into the U.S. to replace white folks. That's part of that. The idea that many of the laws and practices of our nation actually are against have an anti-Christian bias. That's a part of that idea of the sense of threat to white Christians. You can't say Merry Christmas anymore. Conclusion, what is white Christian nationalism? This is a bit of a closing definition. It's an ethno, that is white folks, traditionalism that seeks political, social, and cultural power. And power is maybe the word that I want to emphasize for the moment most strongly here. The idea is that white Christian nationalist folks should have power, that they should be the ones guiding and determining our culture, our social institutions, and maybe most frighteningly, our politics. They are willing to use power or coercion to maintain its prerogatives in the nation. So that's kind of an introductory look at the characteristics of white Christian nationalism. What are some ways that this manifests itself? The first category that we deal with is the ending of religious freedom, or you could say the attempt to establish Christianity. You could put that different ways. Some of you, no doubt, have heard of dominionism. It's a movement among a fairly small but a particular group of evangelical Christians who argue that Christianity has dominion, and Christians have dominion over everything. Or that's the goal, that we should have dominion over everything. Nobody but Christians should hold power in government. Christians should be the ones who lead businesses and social it's the idea of having dominion, not in the sense of stewardship, but dominion in the sense of holding power. That's a fairly small group. The Johnson Amendment. How many folks have heard of the Johnson Amendment recently? Yeah, the Johnson Amendment it's called that because Lyndon Johnson was one of the sponsors of this legislation back in the 60s? No, the 50s. Had to be the 50s. The Johnson Amendment is that amendment that says, or that law that says nonprofit organizations, including any religious organization, may not give directly to political campaigns and may not publicly support political candidates at risk of losing their tax-exempt status. In the last year, the IRS has chosen not to enforce the Johnson Amendment. What's the result of that? Well, let's suppose you have a large religious organization and they want a particular person to be elected, and they give lots of money and lots of time to support that candidate, and that person gets elected. What are the possibilities that when that group then goes to that person who's been elected and is in office and says, we really would like this or that. We really want you not to allow this other religious group to do such and such. The point is, I'm all messy here. The point is that it destroys the concept of disestablishment if it's pushed to its logical conclusion. The idea that we have no established religion, that we have religious freedom, the government should be completely neutral in the grounds of religion, it endangers that. And it also brings back into play the danger that the government then can tell religious groups what to do. So it's the reason that Madison wrote the First Amendment to the Constitution to include Congress shall make no laws respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. That's the religious freedom clause of the First Amendment. So the Johnson Amendment has been under attack. Gender and sexuality issues. The idea that the only opinion to have regarding issues of gender, trans issues, LGBTQIA plus issues, that there's only one way to understand those issues, and it restricts the religious and civil rights of folks who are not on the so-called correct side of the issue. The Religious Freedom Restoration Act. This act was passed back in the 90s or so. It's the basis on which Hobby Lobby was allowed to bypass its insurance offering reproductive health care, the pill, and other health care issues to its employees. It's been used in some other cases. The idea here is this is kind of that anti-religious, anti-Christian bias issue coming into play. You may remember a year or two, maybe 3 years ago now, this football coach in Montana who was the Supreme Court decided he could in fact pray on the field after a football game and bring any football players who wanted to with him to pray. The argument there was that it's denying him his religious free speech rights not to be able to do that. It bypasses or it de-emphasizes, and this is, you can say, well, you're crazy. My argument is that it abrogates the right, the clause that says that Congress shall make no law respecting religion. That's government sponsorship of religious practice, which in my opinion I think the Supreme Court just made a wrong decision there. But those are some of the things that come along with religious freedom. And we've talked about belief in anti-Christian bias. We can do more with that in a few minutes if you want to, but for now, I'll let that go. I'm doing a lot of talking, and I know I talk real fast. Anything yet or at this point that you want to raise? Okay. I said okay too fast. When I was teaching, we had before the semester started one year, we had what do they call, faculty retreat. And we were told that teachers ask students questions. Do you have anything to say, or do you have any questions? And I think it was the average student will take 20 or 25 seconds to ask a question, but teachers will go on within 5 seconds if the question doesn't come. So I'm waiting. Chip?
So, on one of your slides, you talked about how Christian nationalism wants the governor to make laws which reflect Christian values. How is that different from a desire to have laws which more reflect welcoming the stranger to our country? That's a Christian value
It is.
that churches would want to have enshrined in our laws. So how do you differentiate between laws that reflect the more conservative strands of Christianity would say reflect their point of view?
Yep.
Ours wanting ours. So how do you differentiate between those things?
I would differentiate is what's the basis for that law. One of the things, for instance, way back in the 70s and 80s, when there were quite a few laws being passed by states to include creation theory, creation science in high school curriculum. One of the things the Supreme Court always looked at was what's the motivation behind this law? And they always found, because state legislators are not always the most astute people in their thinking, they could always find in a committee hearing or somewhere where somebody said, well, you know, they said something about religious values or something. For me, the point, the question is, what's the motivation? What's behind this law? And is it sort of an exclusively religious motivation? It is a value of mine that we should welcome all people and so forth. It's a value of our denomination, I think. But it's also a value that doesn't have to be founded in religious belief. And for me, that particular issue that you raised, there could be other issues, but you know, you've got the United Nations, you have international law that talks about refugee status, that talks about asylum, talk about a lot of things that in terms of national and international law could be enforced or could be in play. I don't. That's a really quick off the top of my head response, but does that make sense? I mean, I think if you're asking for a law that enshrines that only Christians should be allowed into the country, it's pretty clear where that motivation is coming from, that's a very narrow kind of idea. I don't know.
Okay, but the question Chip raised is a two-edged sword. I mean, part of what's going on is our values are Christian values. Your values are not, you're just citing scripture to make it look like they are, okay? But I've seen people that I agree with and that I'm on the same side with politically do the same thing. Our values are Christian values, welcoming the stranger and so on. Those people over there are just distorting words of scripture to support their values. I mean, that's a two-edged sword.
It is. It's for me, that's where another Christian value comes into play in my mind, and that is humility. The recognition that although I may hold this conviction very strongly, that doesn't mean that I'm necessarily right. I think I'm right on a particular issue. But I try to remind myself that doesn't mean that I'm all-knowing and or that I have the biblical truth. I mean, I will say at times that I think other people are distorting the gospel. I have said that, and I will say it again, no doubt. But I try to do that carefully and try to do that in a way that I have some biblical and theological background for why I'm saying that. Yeah. Okay. We haven't talked about this yet, have we? Okay, so another manifestation is controlling education. A number of evangelical and white Christian nationalist folks will use the term not public schools but government schools, because the schools are indoctrinating young people into a kind of a liberal leftist point of view. that's not like universities, but the entire public school system. Let me see if I can find a quotation for you really quickly. And I'm not this thing went through different drafts that dropped out. But there was a group in that's based in California that was talking about how 12 years of indoctrination just produces leftist socialists or something like that. It was pretty bad. So the government schools are indoctrinating. So I'll go on from there. Release time for religious instruction. This presbytery became very aware of this a year and a half or so ago. Release time for religious instruction is a program whereby religious groups can go to a school with the school district's permission. They have a program where children can leave school, go to another location, almost always a church, and receive some religious instruction. The primary group in our area for that is LifeWise. This is constitutional. Way back in the 50s, the Supreme Court said that under certain circumstances, which involves no school sponsorship or anything like that, that children can go off campus for a period of time for religious instruction. The religious instruction cannot be on school grounds. That was declared unconstitutional. But to go off grounds is okay. And it doesn't have to be Christians doing that, of course. Jewish groups could do it. I think I saw something where in Ohio some Satanist group wanted to do this just as kind of as a way of making a point. Anybody could do it. The issue is that when evangelical groups do it, they're usually teaching a particularly white Christian nationalist point of view. My wife and I looked at some of the curriculum a couple of years ago for LifeWise. This was at, I don't know, about a second or third grade level. They were talking about the creation story, and at the end of there were like questions for the children to answer. No, there were IDs or timelines or something, but at any rate, there was a question I know what it was, I'm sorry. On which day did certain things get created? What day did certain things get created? One of the things, on which day did dinosaurs get created? It's a particular religious point of view that they're putting forward. Now, white Christian nationalism comes mostly into play in those areas where they're doing middle school and high school, because then they're teaching that mythological origin of the nation. They're teaching that Christian nation ideology in that context. Not so much in the elementary schools, but in the high school context. And an example of what happens when that's done long enough is you have a college student in Oklahoma who writes a paper and it's a sort of a religious basis and has nothing to do with the assignment, and the professor gets censured for giving a failing grade for a paper that was not on topic. Sorry, personal point of view. Control of course content. We've seen state legislatures giving limits on what can be discussed. You know, you can't teach any topic. State of Ohio, we're sitting right in the middle of it with Senate Bill 1. You can't teach topics that make students uncomfortable, or you can't teach issues. Yeah. Just trying to control what is taught in the schools, because it doesn't jive with the white Christian nationalist point of view. What time do we end it? Is it 12? Is it 2 o'clock? Okay, all right, we're not too bad yet. Another manifestation is xenophobia, and we're living that. Demonizing immigrants as lazy, as criminals, as taking benefits they don't deserve. Whether that's true or not. Maybe there's enough said about that, given the last 3 or 4 weeks. I mentioned replacement theory before, the idea that immigrants are coming because they want to replace our white Christian nation with something else. Interfering with the democratic process. First and foremost, I would say we have an example of that, January 6, 2021. There were too many flags and too many crosses and too many religious symbols on January 6th for me to think of that as anything other than a white Christian nationalist expression. And so I just think that's for me, that's a key manifestation. A little more subtly are efforts to interrupt the voting rights of people. Ohio currently has a law, or I think it's still the case, that there can be no more than one mail-in ballot box per county, which makes it difficult for people who live, and ours, of course, is on Morse Road near I-71. That means people who live on the south side or way west side or something have a long way to go to drop that mail-in, if they want to drop off their mail-in ballot in person. ID laws complicate voting for people who do not have the resources, perhaps to have a driver's license, and have difficulty getting a government-issued ID. It's not easy to get those things. You have to go through a process. Cleaning voter rolls in the aggressive way in which voter rolls were dropped from the voter rolls and so forth. So these are 4 areas of manifestation that our policy that's going to the General Assembly identifies. Religious freedom issues, education issues, immigration, and the democratic process. What are some ways and reasons that we should, by which I mean Presbyterian Church U.S., should reject this kind of point of view? First of all, the sovereignty of God. If Presbyterians don't think about the sovereignty of God, we don't think about anything, right? You shall have no other gods before me. You shall make no graven images. All of that sort of thing. God alone is creator. God alone is our help. What is the first and highest end of human beings? To glorify God and fully to enjoy God forever. Those of us who were forced to memorize at least the first question of the shorter catechism. So the Bible is replete with the idea that God alone is Lord. We give our allegiance to God first and foremost. Doesn't mean that we don't have secondary allegiances, right? We love our families, we love our nation, we love our school, we love our church, we love lots of other things. But none of those things ought to take priority, of course, above God. And so, the paper talks about some biblical references. There are some confessional assertions to that effect that you may have memorized much better than I, but just a couple of quick references, if I can find it. Paper's too thin. Barman Declaration rejects the false doctrine, this is a quotation, the false doctrine as though the state, over and beyond its special commission, should and could become the single and totalitarian order of human life. That's pretty bold and pretty beautiful. But the idea that the nation should be the determinant of our loyalties, of our actions, is, we would argue, something that we should reject. Next, we talk about that great old concept from Westminster, God alone is Lord of the conscience. What does that mean? It means exactly what it says, that no one has the right to compel you to believe or do something that your conscience says is wrong. God alone is Lord of the conscience. It's why in this nation we have finally, in World War I, we finally came to the conclusion that you could have a conscientious objector to war, because the state doesn't have the right to compel you to kill somebody against your conscientious convictions. But what white Christian nationalism does, of course, is it compels you to believe certain things. It compels you to believe that religious content should be on the walls of schools, or it compels you to oppose certain kinds of practices, maybe reproductive health care or some such thing as that. But only the state cannot compel conscience. And that's why I have here this second point. It aligns with the First Amendment. This is one place where Christian conviction and political practice overlap, in my mind. You can say, well, Christians are wrong about the idea that God alone is Lord of the conscience, but the First Amendment says the government has no right to tell anybody what to believe. You have freedom of religion or freedom for no religion whatsoever. So and that didn't come because Thomas Jefferson or James Madison or anybody else had religious conviction about that. They had political convictions about that. Well, they're partly religious because they'd seen what established religion had done to people, but especially in Europe. But this is a point where I think our Reformed tradition really overlaps with our political conviction about freedom of religion. They're sort of, to me, it's kind of like two sides of the same coin. Finally, God loves all creation equally, and God created in diversity. It seems to me that there is ample evidence in Scripture that God loves all creation, not just all people, but all creation equally. I'm one of the few people, well, not few, I'm one of that small number of people in the U.S. who thinks that Jonathan Edwards was a really, really great figure in our past. Most people only know Jonathan Edwards because he preached about sinners in the hands of an angry God, where that spider dangling over the eternal fires of hell. Jonathan Edwards was tremendous in my mind. He has a great essay called On True Virtue, in which he talks about the reason that we should love all things is because God created and God loves all things. And as we love all things, and all things in nature too, As we love all things, we are communicating and participating in that love of God. It's a great essay on true virtue, or on the nature of virtue, but I think it's on true virtue. We're called to imitate God in that way. And the implications of that, this isn't in the paper, but one of my favorite things about the parable of the Good Samaritan is this. We all know the parable of the Good Samaritan. The scribe or a lawyer, scribe, comes to Jesus and says, what do I do? He says, what's the first greatest commandment? What do you think it is? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength, and your neighbor as yourself. The guy, and Jesus says, you got it, dude. You're right on. But the guy doesn't know when to leave well enough alone, right? But who is my neighbor? He should have just shut up. But who is my neighbor? And then Jesus tells the parable, right? But what I love is when Jesus gets to the end of that parable, what does he ask the scribe? Which of these three was a neighbor? Do you see the shift? It's not a matter of, are you my neighbor? Are you my neighbor? Are you my neighbor? You can always find something to put somebody outside the fence line of the neighborhood, right? The question Jesus asked is, are you willing to be a neighbor to everybody? Which of these three was a neighbor? That, to me, we are called to be neighbor to everyone. And white Christian nationalism, I would argue, wants to put a whole lot of people outside the neighborhood. Sometimes I cross the line from a lecture to preaching. Conclusion. Let me see if I can find the conclusion to this paper and just read a couple of things from it. Gosh, this paper is really thin. I can hardly. Okay, so just to read a little bit here. This conclusion. This resolution makes clear that white Christian nationalism is a political ideology that merges Christian and national identity in order to control social, cultural, judicial, and governmental systems and institutions. Asserting that the United States is a Christian nation privileges a particular form of Christianity over all other religious beliefs and claims authority over the nation's institutions in violation of the First Amendment to the Constitution. Further, white Christian nationalism denies basic human dignity and civil human rights to those not considered real Americans. Racism and xenophobia manifest themselves in attempts to the demonization of immigrants and those of different racial, ethnic, and religious backgrounds. We reject white Christian nationalism categorically as a denial of fundamental Reformed understanding of Scripture and theology, and urge this General Assembly to join us in repudiating this dangerous and harmful ideology. That's how it ends. And that's how I will end, except for discussion. So I hope that's prompted some thoughts. It's raised some questions in your mind. What kinds of questions, issues you want to raise? Yeah, Todd.
Maybe not the first thing we should talk about, but it's based on something you recently said. So I think one of the challenges for us is that conclusion spoke against an ideology. And one of the challenges I face is if we value the idea that everyone is part of the neighborhood, how do we stand up against an ideology that we agree with? So how do we stand up against white Christian nationalism while not excluding white Christian nationalists from the neighborhood?
That is the Christian challenge, isn't it? It is the Christian. I think probably each person has to try to figure that out, how they can do that. But one thing that occurs to me is it doesn't mean, for me, it doesn't mean not naming white Christian nationalism when people express it. Jesus was a peacemaker, but Jesus was a truth teller. And sometimes you just have to say, I don't agree with that. And here's why I don't agree with it. And in the face of another person's point of view. And it may be that you say, well, for now, we're just not going to agree on this. I don't know, I'm just rambling now, but let's keep having conversation, but I just think you're wrong.
And then it may be, here's a bite to eat. Right?
Huh?
And then it's, treating them like you did before you just.
Yeah. But that's huge, and that's actually we tried in this paper, in this policy, we really tried to talk about white Christian nationalism as an ideology and to take sort of persons out of it. And that's really hard. When you're talking about the government getting involved in the government abrogating religious freedom, I will confess that I put in the paper initially a reference to Pete Hegseth having worship services to which military personnel were required to attend. That eventually came out for that very reason. I like that, and I don't like that. But again, I know that's, I don't know my audience here. Some of y'all may be furious with me, but that's just kind of where I am. So anyway, yeah.
I did not grow up in a Reformed ideology. I grew up in a very traditional Protestant evangelical. Caused a lot of trauma and drew me away from the faith for a long time.
Yeah.
I saw the seeds of this grow very early on. I saw the people that this had become around me very early on. What is the next step after we denounce this? Because many people that we love, many people that I love, have fallen into this, and the seeds were sown decades ago.
Yeah.
This is not a new thing, obviously. It goes back to our whole history. But the extremism that I saw and that I experienced up until probably 5 years ago, honestly, what is the next step when we put something like this on paper and say, as Presbyterians, we don't stand for it? Where does the next step take us?
Well, that's huge. I don't know if everybody hear the comment, but tell me your name, I'm sorry. John grew up in a traditional evangelical setting, kind of drove him away from the faith for a while. And his question is, where do we go? What's the next step? If this is approved by the General Assembly, kind of what's the next step? As a denomination, this will guide policy statements that approved by the General Assembly, guide the stated clerk and the moderators. If they are responding to a particular situation, they can only respond on the basis of policy decisions taken by the General Assembly. So this will give some grounds for that. The Office of Public Witness, which is our I would never use this language formally, but our kind of lobbying office in Washington, D.C. and at the United Nations, they're really not lobbying, but they relate to legislative issues. Advocacy, that's the better word. Thank you. They're not lobbyists, they're advocates. And that's true, that's really true. They can only deal with they can only advocate for positions that are based on policy that the General Assembly has approved. And for instance, one of the reasons that the Johnson Amendment is in this paper, and one of the reasons that we specifically deal with release time for religious education is because Jimmy Hawkins, who's the head of the Office of Public Witness, asked us specifically to deal with those because they are under attack. Those two issues are under attack. There are, I talked about Christian nationalism as a spectrum. It's a big spectrum. But if we talk about worship as focused on God, that our sole allegiance should be on God, especially in worship, one thing we might ask ourselves is, why is it that we have American flags in our sanctuaries? What religious purpose does that serve? Just asking a question. Maybe that's a discussion for us, a church session to have, or some committee in a church. What are the ways that, because we are so traditionally, let me back up a bit. Part of the issue for Presbyterians, of course, is that we used to be one of the intellectual and social centers of U.S. life. We were part of that big, what used to be called mainstream religious groups who had a lot of power. Presbyterians were the presidents of corporations. Presbyterians were in the Senate and the House and the White House. And the National Council of Churches used to have kind of free access to the White House to make its points. We're embedded in our religious, in our political and cultural life in lots of ways. So given that we're so embedded, what are the ways that we are on the edge, if not in Christian nationalism, and we don't even realize it most of the time? What are those ways? And I don't have the answer for that. And it's probably different for different people and so forth. One more part of a response to that, and then I'll be quiet again. As individuals, I think we have to ask ourselves, what are the ways that we want to be involved in some kind of a response? And I think there are lots of ways to do that. Not every way is everybody's way. But who are those political candidates you think reflect your values, and are you knocking on doors, canvassing between now and November to see if that person you can help get that person elected? Where are we putting our money in political events or for social events or whatever? Are we walking on the streets and demonstrating and rallying when we feel like it's important? Are we voting? There are a lot of people who just aren't voting. Are we getting people registered to vote? Are we flooding our elected officials with phone calls telling them that they ought not be doing such and such, or they ought to be doing such and such from our point of view? I don't know. You can think of 1,000 other things that don't come to my mind right now. But I think that's part of the next step. If that's where a person's convictions are, then I think we can do those kinds of things.
I'd add one other thing that you're talking about. One would be that let's go to the funders. Let's go to the PACs, the PAC groups, the people that are really putting the money, the big money, into these politicians. I mean, do these people need to make things that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Put your money, despite shareholder interest and your immediate, self-serving interest, that
Was everybody able to hear that? He was talking about trying to put pressure on corporations, funders, and the Citizens United, this Supreme Court decision that allows corporations to give money as if they were individuals is a huge part of that. But I'm not a Marxist, but I do believe that economics has a lot to do with a lot of things, or money walks and money talks, I guess. Yeah.
How did they defend their beliefs when Jesus was not a Northern European descent?
Oh, but Jesus was white. No, you understand? No, I mean the idea that it's just in my experience that's just sort of ignored. Although I have heard people say specifically, that Jesus was not. No, he was born in Israel, but after all, God was his father, and that sort of thing. It's
That's what I was taught.
yeah.
I didn't even consider Jesus as this
Yeah.
background until I was an adult, because in Sunday school we were taught Jesus looks like a human being.
Yeah.
Picture of him where he looked like everyone.
Yeah. And this is, I think, what's something else that we can do? One thing, hold on just a second, I'll get to you. Don't let me forget you. One thing that I found in my life is that travel is really education. I don't mean going on a cruise ship and spending 3 hours in port. Traveling to a place, that's okay. I don't have nothing against cruises, but when I'm talking about going to a place. I've years ago, 25 years ago or more, I had the chance to go to Brazil on a kind of an exchange thing, and experience the church in Brazil, experiencing the church in Africa or South Asia or something like that, where you see Jesus isn't looking like me, and for that matter, even going into in the United States, going into more and more and more African American churches where you see that stained glass with Jesus who has dark skin. It's just kind of a reminder that the gospel is not a Western European gospel. The gospel is God's gospel, and it manifests itself in different ways in different parts of the world. There's a whole area of study in missiology about enculturation of the gospel. And you can see that. I had a colleague at Muskingum University. He was the chaplain. He had been in the Navy. He was a nuclear engineer on a sub, went all around the world. And he bought creches when he would go to different parts of the world. And you see all of these wonderful different expressions of the birth of Jesus culturally expressed. And that's an eye-opener, or it has been for me. I don't know how I got onto that, but Jesus being white.
Friendship, but I think that's what we need to do for people to recognize that you've been misled.
Yeah.
Not that you're wrong, you've been misled.
That's huge. The ability to those people and I pray that I'm one of them, but I don't know it. Those people who can keep that open spirit to people is huge, and it's incredible. A story, we hear the famous Will Campbell, right? Brother to a dragonfly. He was a Baptist preacher in Mississippi in the civil rights era. He became famous. He worked with the National Council of Churches doing anti-segregation work in Mississippi. He was talking with some guy about how angry he was about all of these Klan members. And this friend said, Will, what's your definition of Christianity that you've always told me? And he said, well, we're all, and he used a word that we ought not say in the halls of a church, we're all evil, but God loves us anyway. The guy said, does that not count for the Klan? And it led him to a ministry with Klan members. I don't know that he got 200 people to leave, but he ended up with this. He would do burials and weddings for Klan members, and it really caused problems for him with the liberal folks who were fighting against segregation. But I don't mean to get off the subject, but that kind of spirit, that kind of ability to reach out and embrace people despite difference is really hard, and I think it's really hard today. But it is a part of what is needed. I would agree with that completely. Yeah.
Has anybody studied or documented what connections there might or might not be between the interests of wealth and business and Christian white nationalism? I mean, is there evidence? Has someone studied the question?
I do not know the answer to that question. Sometimes. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is, has there been a study done of any connection between the interests of wealth and white Christian nationalism? Yeah, that is a good book. I'll tell you another book that I just finished, although it's about 3 or 4 years old now. Oh, Lord, I'm going to get the title wrong. J. Edgar Hoover and White Christian Nationalism. That may not be the title, but it's remarkable. The way that J. Edgar, this had nothing to do with money, but the way that J. Edgar Hoover was a white Christian nationalist and promoted white Christian nationalism through the FBI. I think it's a Harvard University press, and the author is Lerone Martin. He's a pretty well-known African-American historian. He's at Stanford with the Martin Luther King Center at Stanford. Stanford. But anyway, if I have the title wrong, you could probably find it.
The Gospel of J. Edgar Hoover.
Thank you. Lerone Martin, yeah. So back to your question, I don't know of a specific study that I've seen. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some. But certainly, I mean, you think about Elon Musk. Think about J. Howard Pugh, who's dead now, but J. Howard Pugh was promoting a particularly evangelical view of Christianity. I don't know that I would say he was a white Christian nationalist in any direct sense. I'm sure there are others if I sat here long enough and thought, and maybe some of y'all have ideas, but the question would be how directly and intentionally, someone was promoting it, and how much it was just, well, if I support this, it's going to be good for, it's going to be good for my business or something like that. That would be the distinction that would have to be looked at, and I don't know much about that. But I think it's a good question. Yeah.
This isn't a question, it's a comment. I was a youth leader at Worthington Presbyterian Church, and I've been a member there for 40 years. And what I'm missing in my experience at the church right now is the absence of the 30 and 40 and 50-year-old kids that were kids when I was there that are not present.
Mm.
And I had a conversation with my son last week that I didn't expect to come out of the woodwork. But he's just questioning, what's all this mean? And dear Patrick can't be too far off the beam of his peers.
Yeah.
So there's just a lot of struggle in our community. And I appreciate what you've opened up for us to think about today in some of the texts, because we've really got our work cut out for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Brian, you got this, right?
Oh.
For questions, let's pass this around. We'll make it easier for everyone.
Yeah. It was not a question here, just a comment that Gail has been in doing youth work in a church for decades, and she's kind of not seeing those 30, 40-year-old kind of former youth and things that. Yeah. And sort of there's an area maybe where we need to be answering questions that they have. Yeah. I feel like Phil Donahue now.
Can your resolution include a sentence in the conclusion that emphasizes this is about being against the ideology and not any person who may have been misguided enough to believe it?
Yeah. We could do that, and we may add that. That's a good idea. If we don't, I won't be surprised if the committee that receives it adds something like that. Yes. Can you hand that back?
Okay. With what he was saying, I think that Project 25 is close to Christian nationalism.
Yeah.
And also, some of them think that, from my perspective, with those I've related with, they think that they know the Bible more than anybody, and therefore they end up thinking that whatever you say. So I feel that to be a neighbor to such a person, and if this paper has incorporated some scriptures, I will feel that to such people, they believe the Bible, which we also believe strongly, but they think they know it better than we do. And therefore, we can say, hey, what about this scripture? What about that scripture?
Mm-hmm.
Because lately, not too long ago, in the Congress, one lady, I think, might know, Jasmine Crockett and Mike Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
The speaker, was telling her that she thinks she's a Christian, but her social thing is not. And that lady proved to her that he does not know the scriptures.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was quoting the Bible, that the Bible says, he who does not work must not eat. So the lady took her back in Congress to Genesis through that point where he mentioned that. And so some of them think they know the Bible so much, therefore they neglect. So if we can approach them with the scriptures which they think they know more than us, that will really help us to, then the Lord will convict and convince them and convert them to do the best.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm guessing that the closing exercises are in this sanctuary, and so that's going to happen in 10 minutes. And I promised Chip that he could say a little something.
Let's thank Rick. Thank you so much for your work on that committee and for sharing it with us. Again, I'm Chip Hardwick. I'm the Synod exec, and I wanted to let you all know that we're doing a 5-part series on Christian nationalism, series of webinars. The first one is on February 12th, and it really, I don't know what your what your name is there in the gray. What is it? I'm sorry? Kendra? Kendra, all right, Kendra. I think it will answer, this first one is going to talk about what you mentioned about how do you change, how do you approach Christian nationalism from a place of kindness and not a place of confrontation. Tony Lynn is the person that's leading that. He's the hand-picked successor by William Barber for the Yale Center for Public Policy and Public Theology. So that's February 12th. The other one that I have on the schedule now is in September. We have a monthly preaching workshop that's the first Wednesday of every month. And Heath Carter from Princeton Seminary is a church historian that's giving a workshop on preaching in the midst of Christian nationalism, hopefully to prepare pastors as we get closer to the election. It might be helpful. Then there's 3 other ones that are in motion, but I don't have dates. And they haven't completely bought in yet, so I don't want to tell you they're doing it, but it's going to be great. Emily, you... Yeah, if you're not on our newsletter, you can just go to our front page. We send it out once a month, so we won't spam you. Just at our homepage, there's a spot at the bottom to get the newsletter. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chip. One last thing I'll say. At the end of this policy, again, assuming it's approved, we have appendices. Some of them, they have some worship resources. Some of them are very easy, just references to the Book of Common Worship that have prayers for the nation, prayers for peace, that sort of thing. There's a sermon outline. One of the recommendations is that every pastor preach at least once in the coming year on the relationship of the Christian to the state, and including some ideas about white Christian nationalism. There's a suggested sermon. It's not really an outline. It's things that you could talk about in a sermon. There's some different kinds of and resources. The National Council thing, the Philip and Gorski book. I'm guessing that I think Flag and Cross are on there. Anyway, some different kinds of appendices that I think would be helpful to people. So I thank you for taking your time to come and listen to this today. I hope it's been helpful. And I will stop now and let us prepare for our closing. Thank you.
Good friends, the time is upon us. We'll gather back in the sanctuary. As you are already here, thank you. If you are out in the hallway, please find your way in. Welcome back after our time of learning and gathering and eating and reflecting. We hope that you have gained something today, something to take home to your congregations. If you were in our little seminar, you actually have tangible things to take home. And we're grateful for all the presenters. So let's have a round of applause for all of our presenters. And also for Diet, who you'll hear from in a minute. We're grateful for her time today. I'm Emily Kraus-Korzine, the Presbyter for Congregational Life and Transitions. We're grateful that you're here. Thank you to the team who helped put this together. We're going to finish with worship, and there'll be announcements and things like that. But let us gather our hearts in prayer. Loving and holy God, we give you thanks for this day that you have created, for the cold air that chills our bodies, but the warmth of your Spirit that fills our hearts and our spirits. We give you thanks for the sun that shines and glistens over the snow, for a chance to be together in worship and also in learning this day at Partners in Education, for the pie that we have shared around tables for conversation. We give you thanks that you have gifted so many with the gift of your Spirit and your power to take Jesus Christ into the world, to share the good news with others. Guide us as the Presbytery of Scioto Valley and all those who are here this day. We're grateful for the ways in which you have inspired us, challenged us, helped us to see something new in a new light. Gift us, O God, with your presence always. Empower us to walk in your ways and into the world, to love our neighbors, to care for the stranger, to welcome them in. For all these ways in which we can see church and see church in the vastness of a description that is so wide and so broad, that we may go forth from this place to do good and to challenge the ways in which we have thought about church and community so that we may better fill the kingdom of God and the vision you have for us. Each in our own way, guide us this day and always. In Christ we pray. Amen.
Let's join together in singing, Oh God, You Are My God, also known step by step. It's in your hymnal if you want to look, if you don't know the words, and I forgot in the amount of time it took me to walk from there to the middle of the room, 743. And we'll sing it through 3 times, so if you don't know it, you'll catch on by the time we get to the end. Oh God, you are my God, and I will ever praise you. Oh God, you are my God, and I will ever praise you. I will seek you in the morning, and I will learn to walk in your ways, and step by step you'll lead me, And now we're going to hear from the scripture from Isaiah 43, 18 and 19.
Hear the words of Scripture from the Old Testament prophet Isaiah, chapter 43, verses 18 and 19. Hear the word of the Lord. Do not remember the former things or consider the things of old. I am about to do a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
You know, those words weren't spoken to people who were thriving. They were spoken to people who were displaced, disoriented, and exhausted. Israel was living in exile. Their familiar roads were gone. Their landmarks were erased, and their future was still very unclear. God does not say to them, don't worry, everything's going to go back to the way it was. No, God says something far more unsettling. Maybe even a far more hopeful. God says, I am doing a new thing. Throughout our time together, we've talked about roads, old roads that were once clearly marked, that carried us faithfully and safely, roads that shaped us, sustained us, and brought us to where we are now. And we've told the truth. Some of these roads no longer go where life is moving. That doesn't mean that those roads were wrong. It simply means that the terrain has changed. And just like Isaiah didn't scold the people for loving what was, God doesn't let and refuses to let nostalgia become the only map that we can trust. Do not remember the former things, God says. Not because they don't matter, but because they cannot be the only thing we see. Think back to Mr. Glenn and Miss Lorraine with me. When they first heard that their home was going to be taken, they couldn't imagine anything coming next. How could they? Their memories were anchored in that house, in that wood shop. Their bodies knew those rooms. Their lives were built along that road, and yet, what they could not imagine at the beginning is eventually what became home. A smaller home, less land, a different layout, and still belonging, still dignity, still joy. Miss Lorraine seated like a queen in the middle of that living room, pointing toward a future that she once swore was impossible. Miss D, how am I supposed to let go of this life? Isaiah says, now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? Do you notice that tension? Right? God does not say, I'll do a new thing someday. God says, I'm doing it now, right now. The question isn't whether God is active. The question is whether we have learned to see. In seasons like this, when church feels smaller, humbler, less certain. We're tempted to believe God has stepped back. But Isaiah tells us the opposite. The Spirit is already moving, already making waves, already building new roads. They rarely look like highways at first. They tend to look more like service roads. Maybe some on-ramps. Definitely some detours. Small experiments. Faithful steps taken without full visibility. Friends, God has always worked this way. God made a way through a sea before the people trusted it. God fed manna one day at a time. God called Abraham to walk without a map, and God planted resurrection in a borrowed tomb. And now, God's doing a new thing again. Not because the church has failed, but because the world has changed. Not to erase us, but to relocate us into deeper faithfulness. So hear this as a promise, not as pressure. You do not have to see the whole road. You are not required to maintain what no longer serves life. You aren't failing because you feel uncertain. You are being invited to notice, to trust, to follow what God is already doing in your midst. Do you not perceive it? God asks. Friends, may we have the courage to answer, not yet, Lord, but we're learning. And may we, like Miss Lorraine, one day sit in the middle of a future that we once resisted, only to discover that grace has been waiting right there for us all along. Amen.
Thank you, Diette. I just kind of want to sit there by the road for a minute and think about what you said. Thank you. We have so much to be thankful for today, and many people to thank for making this day of learning and fellowship possible. Thank you, Diette, who truly had a keynote for us today. Thank you to our workshop leaders who put so much effort and thought and work into what they had to present to us today. A big thank you to Covenant Presbyterian Church, to Joel, and to the many Covenant volunteers who I don't think you had to walk 4 feet to get somebody to tell you, okay, go this way for this and go this way for that. So thank you, Covenant. You put our lunch together, you cleaned up after us, you fed us cookies. We can't ask for anything else, except maybe a warm place. I want to also thank our Presbytery staff for being here. Dagmar helped us with registration, and Kathy and Emily were here all day and helped with the workshops, and we thank you for being here. And thank you finally to Kathy Bubb, who worked all year to make sure that this pie event would happen once more. We have been a small committee. We got a little smaller, down to about 2. And then I had some support as well. But big thanks to Kathy for making sure that this would happen. Announcements. I only have one. And that is that we do not have a written evaluation, but you will be receiving one that's just as important by email. And we really do listen to those emails. You may have noticed if you came last year that, hey, somebody mentioned on their evaluation that they wanted a workshop on this, and it showed up this year. So we really do take those seriously. We want you to tell us the truth, tell us what you thought, tell us what you want to hear next year, and let's gather and talk again. So thank you very much, and I think we'll sing a song, Guide My Feet, I believe, right? It's page 741 if you want to look it up.
She remembered it all after all that talking. Yes, invite those who are able to stand and let us sing together. Guide My Feet, 741. If you don't want to hold the book, I'll toss out what the next verse is coming up. I don't have that part memorized. So let's sing together. Oh, or you can look there. They're so much ahead of me. Let's sing together. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain. Hold my hand. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. Hold my hand while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain, race in vain. Stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. Stand by me while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain, race in vain. I'm your child while I run this race. I'm your child while I run this race. I'm your child while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain, race in vain. Search my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. Guide my feet while I run this race. For I don't want to run this race in vain.
Friends, as we leave here today, may you have the strength, the courage, and the eyes to see the new roads that God is building before you. And now as we leave here, continue your worship with that which is your very lives. In the name of God, amen.